Umpires are out. Welcome to Mangaung Oval for this clash between the Flexbrands Knights and the Mpumalanga Rhinos. Good morning, Justin. Looking forward to this one?
Good morning, Raf. Good morning, viewers. Good day to play cricket here in Bloemfontein. A little bit overcast, 27 degrees.
And the Knights won the toss, or the Mpumalanga Rhinos actually won the toss, and they elected to bat first. As we see the two openers out in the middle, Katrada and Twala. Just looking at the Knights team that has played their last two changes since their last game. Malusi Siboto sitting out, and Ruben Maria also sitting out today. And that gives a chance to Mondi Makunku, who comes into the squad, and Seth Fledermaus to put their hand up. So good opportunity for them as well. The Knights obviously having qualified for the finals already, and qualified for our own final, will definitely finish on top of the table, and all to play for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. A number of teams, I believe 5 teams, still in the running to make the playoffs. So very important match here for the Rhinos, and they'd like to pick up a win, and a win with a bonus point would help even more and possibly get them a home playoff match in their quest to get to the finals. Start things off for the Flexbrands Knights would be Mbongi Mshlanga taking the new ball from the Willow's End, and he's going to bowl to Zach Katrada.
A very good start there from Bongim Shlanga. Very good start on the money, first ball. He bowled in the power play the previous game as well. The last game here at the Mangaung Oval, he looked very good with the older ball in hand. Good rhythm. Good pace as well.
It does tend to offer, as on that occasion, a bit of width, and it's just almost as if it's just that lack of consistency where it doesn't finish his action. At that time, on that occasion, just the single conceded. Mshlanga is bowling with a sweeper out on the offside in a deep square leg. Those are the two fielders out.
Cut away to the sweeper on the offside. Just one. Just some of the deliveries, Bongim Shlanga just giving too much width. Just leaving the stumps, especially with the new ball. You want to attack the stumps, that's a better line. But well played down to the sweep on the offside for another single.
Another player still missing for the Flexbrands Knights is Gian Kluter. So you'll see donning the gloves today again, Ruan Asbrook, the keeper for the Knights. Ball there by Mshlanga, getting a thick outside edge, and that's where he'd like to operate for the most part of his spell. I agree with you, Justin. He has started bowling better in the last couple of games, but struggled with the new ball. Misfield there by Sitembila Langa. That will enable them to go through for at least 2. So not great fielding there from Langa, and that's the end of the first over, 5 without loss.
Mpumalanga Rhinos will be happy with its start, getting 5 runs of the first over. And as you mentioned, Ref, this is a good, very important game for them.
So the Knights team packed with spinners today. If you look at Makunku, Mshlanga, 2 left-arm spinners, Dane Pitt obviously the off-spinner, and Jacques Snyman the other off-spinner. So a predominant spin bowling attack. But this man taking the new ball from the Loch Logan end, also making a comeback after a short injury spell. Tian van Vieren bowled well in his last game. Just before he picked up that injury, picked up 3 wickets here at Mangaung Oval. He's going to continue from the Loch Logan end. He's got a slip in place, a third man and a fine leg. The 2 fielders out. Bit of movement, but too straight from Van Vuuren. That one going down the leg side and the umpire signalling wide.
Van Vuuren would want to go to that off stump line. Maybe a 4th stump, bringing the ball back into the right hander. Just starting it too straight on that occasion.
Again, just tucked away to the leg side. They can come back for the second. And the fielding is done by Mpumalanga, who ran to his left from that fine leg position. So just too straight for Van Vuuren at the start. And as we mentioned, he'd like to make sure that he finishes on that off stump or just outside of that off stump, as Katrada helps himself to another 2 runs. Up in over the top. Top shot there. 1 bounce 4 from Zach Katrada. Over pitched. And Katrada executes perfectly.
Yeah, beautiful shot there from Katrada. Slightly too full from Tiaan van Vuuren. With an offer. And he gladly accepted that. 1 bounce 4 to the boundary. Very good start here from the Mpumalanga Rhinos.
So the Knights, after that hiccup where they were convincingly beaten by the Garden Route Badgers, obviously had some tough words, and they've bounced back nicely with a good win against the Eastern Storm last week, and as well here against the Northern Cape Heat. So they're sitting pretty on top of the log. So we see Van Vuuren with a better length this time, and just defended into the covers by Katrada.
Yeah, I must say it was an interesting call to bat first here at the Mangaung Oval. Normally it's difficult to defend on this big outfield. There's a lot of 2s and 3s on off, and we saw that with Isak Tigale the last game here at the Mangaung Oval. Only scoring 5 boundaries in that century. Cut away, pass point for 4. Beautiful shot off the back foot. Katrada with an offer again, and he gladly accepts that as well.
Yeah, just looking at that again, just too wide, and that length easy enough for Katrada to pierce, to find that gap to the left of backward point. So not a great start here by the Knights bowlers, and we've commented on that often this season, where we felt they lacked a bit of discipline with that new ball, and it's proving to be the case again. Much better going past the outside edge.
Yeah, the ball just keep holding its line, going across the right hander, beating the outside edge.
You're right, Justin. We've commented and spoke about the importance of, running between the wickets and those converting those 1s into 2s at Mangaung Oval, where there's big pockets. And we saw Dikali execute and play superbly well a couple of weeks back. Oh, that's well bowled by Tiaan van Vuuren. Left by Katrada. The end of the second over, 16 without loss. So much better the last 2 balls from Tiaan van Vuuren, as he concedes 11 runs in that over. Just looking at this Rhinos team, number of players that have represented Central Gauteng Lions at schoolboy level, under 19 level. The likes of Cook, Mayet, Mahotsi, and Parker, amongst others.
Yeah, as we see a change in the field, now with short fine leg for Mpumalanga. He's bowling with a slip back, 2 backward points, extra cover and a mid-off, sweep out on the offside, mud on mid-wicket and a deep square leg on the leg side.
Again, Worth just short of that short third man.
I think as a left-arm spinner, you want to get your length right. You can still get away with a line now and then, but your length is crucial. Get on that fuller side, much better length. That's what I'm talking about. Get him on the front foot.
And when he gets it right, we commented a couple of times also about the pace that he's bowling at, and that's the perfect line, length and pace that he's actually bowling at. Again, too short, played away just for one. It's just the consistency at times with Mhlanga that is a bit of a concern. Most probably in the back of his mind that he can't go too straight, and you'd like it to see him target the stumps, so it would be maybe feel a lot more comfortable if he does have a bit protection. Short and wide, straight to that point fielder.
Yeah, that point fielder was there for a reason. I think that's the field they took out from short fine leg, put him in that backward point area.
Almost played on. Bit of fortune there for Katrada. They're going to come back for the second. And the end of the third over 19 without loss.
Yeah, 3 runs coming from that over from Mhlanga. I think from a Knight's point of view, Langa bowled well with the new ball. The last fixture here at the Mangaung Oval. Interesting, he's not starting with the new ball today. Still have Joe van Dijk, who's got that raw pace.
Yeah, Langa bowled very well here with in the last match where they played against the Northern Cape. Got the ball to move through the air into the right-handed batters, and played a key role in that win for the Knights. We see Van Vieren to continue to Twala. Slip seems to have moved a little bit wider. Dane Pitt almost in a second slip position, maybe telling a story of what they have assessed regarding the pace of this wicket.
And I think a big talking point today in this fixture will be there's no Malusi Saboto to support Dane Pitt, who's been instrumental for the Knights this current season. So who's going to do the holding job on the other end, putting pressure on the batters?
Yeah, Malusi Saboto has been absolutely superb for the Knights in all formats, and executed his role to perfection. And we saw this the last match here a high scoring affair where the Knights posted a total of in excess of 300. Short cutaway just to third man where Langa does the fielding. See a change in the field for Katrada. Third man coming up in the ring. And a deep square leg going out. Fine leg also a lot squarer. And Van Vieren's going to come around the wicket. Looking to clamp Katrada up. Maybe even use that short ball. Keep him thinking about that. Hard length past the outside edge.
Yeah, if you mentioned they got 300 here against Northern Cape. And in the last fixture against the Eastern Storm, the Knights reached 398 for 5. With Jacques Neyman 156 of 111 balls. Rowan Hasbrook, who's been informed for the Knights, a 94 not out of 55 balls.
Yeah, a lot of these batters in good form at the moment. And we saw in the last match here, Dikhali also getting to that 3-figure mark. If anything, it is the bowling at times that you feel could be slightly better. We spoke about the discipline. And at times we saw them leaking runs maybe from one end, not able to create pressure from both ends. Thick outside edge. Taken. Dane Pitt in that slip position. Holding on to that one. So the plan has worked. Katrada is dismissed for 14. Around the wicket. Approach. And that's the end of Zach Katrada for 14 or 14 balls. 20 for 1, the Rhinos.
Tiaan van Vieren striking with the new ball in the first power play. Very good catch there from Dane Pitt. And that's the thing about coming around the wicket as a left-hander. The ball might move back into you, he might just hold his line. And on that occasion, finding the outside edge, straight to the second slip.
Yeah. So look at that again. Katrada looks visibly disappointed in himself, but he has to depart, and the new batter making his way to the middle is Yasser Cook. As I mentioned earlier, another former CGL Central Gauteng Lions schoolboy cricketer, and he's going to join Twala with the Mpumalanga Rhinos score on 20 for 1.
Yeah, in the last fixture between the Mpumalanga Rhinos and Northern Cape Heat, Yasser got a 48. So you want to continue with that form, get a big score here today.
Again too short from Mshlanga. Just one.
So that's a big wicket here for the Knights. Katrada scoring 73 in the last fixture against Northern Cape Heat. So a big wicket there for the Knights. They will be searching for that next wicket.
It's a lot better from Mshlanga. Some interesting names in this Mpumalanga Rhinos team. A couple have played some cricket in the Free State. Magotsi, Aubrey Swanepoel. Again with short to that sweeper. And you recall that Zach Catrada also played some cricket up in Kimberley for the Northern Cape Heat.
From a technical point of view, especially as a left-arm spinner, you want to spend as much time on that front foot just to get the ball fuller. Bongimshlanga just sometimes not staying on that front foot too long. That's why he's dropping the ball short. He's much better on that occasion. Nice and full. Getting the batsman on the front foot. Much better. Yeah, good 3 balls to end the over. 2 runs coming from it. 22 for 1 after 5.
So we'll see a new opening pair for the Knights in this match. At the start of this competition, Gian Klute opened the batting with Jacques Snyman. And with Klute injured, we saw Isaac Dikhali open the batting with Snyman. And in the last match, Ruben Maria opened the batting. And today we might see the young Cole Abrams open the batting with Snyman. Just looking at if the scoreboard is anything to go by, Botha might come in at 3, Arsbrook at 4 and Fledermaus at 5. So just looking at that, it does seem like the Knights may be just a batter, maybe short today. So a lot will depend on that top 5 batters in this match. Snyman continues with this angle of approach around the wicket to Yasser Cook, just the 3rd man and fine leg out. We might see a bowling change at some stage, and I see in that 3rd man position Sitembele Langa warming up. Past the outside edge again. Keeper can't hold on to that. There's going to be a tester here from Schlanga. They're going to come through for 2, and that's going to be 2 byes. Beating the outside edge, beating the off stump and the wicket keeper on that occasion.
Yeah, big positive for the Knights with bat in hand. Getting 200 partnership for the opening stand. 1 against Northern Cape, 1 against the Eastern Storm.
And we spoke often about this season. The Knights obviously having won the T20 competition and the 4-day competition, going for the treble, and they've secured a place in the final already. And this weekend's games will be very interesting to see who's going to join them in that final. Teams vying for that playoff spot. And as I mentioned, 5 teams most probably still in the running to get into that playoff for 2nd and 3rd place.
Yeah, as the log standings currently stand, the Knights on 24 points, Eastern Cape Inyati on 17, Mpumalanga Rhinos on 17, the Garden Road Badgers on 14, and the Limpopo Impalas on 14 as well. Eastern Storm is on 13, so it's still something to play for in that qualifier.
It's been a good change for Van Vieren coming around the wicket. Much better from him. And for the Knights, last ball of the 6th over. End of the 6th, 24 for 1.
Just the 2 boys coming from that over. Much better over there from Tian van Vieren.
So Ruben Maria and Malusi Siboto, just little niggles, but coach obviously feeling that he's afforded that opportunity to rest a few players before the final. And you would expect both of those players to be back for the final, but an opportunity for some of these out here today to make sure that they also secure their starting spot in the final. And one of them is maybe the man who's coming into bowl at the moment, Mondi Makunku. Has not had much opportunity this season for the Knights, and he's been offered an opportunity here today to showcase his talents.
Yeah, another left arm spinner into the attack from the Willows end.
Just looking at his trajectory, a lot flatter than, I mean, it is the first ball, but flatter than that of Mpumalanga. And you'd know, Justin, when you look at his action, maybe just that front shoulder dropping too early.
Yeah, that front shoulder is dropping too early, and as I mentioned, he's not staying on that front foot, dragging the ball down. But he's got beautiful control, his Mondi Makunku. Beautiful control.
Well bowled, Makunku.
Yeah, I think it's just the pace for me on that one. More energy on the ball. The front shoulder is still dropping, but a very good length there from Kunku, beating the outside edge.
No ball. That's naughty from Mondi Makunku. Left arm spinner bowling a no ball, and it's going to be a free hit for Twala, Musa Twala. Field's going to stay the same. Sweeper out, deep square leg. Those are the 2 fielders out. Makunku just making sure that his fielders get onto the ring. Moves across, plays that away, over deep mid wicket for 1 bounce 4, does Twala. So the Rhinos making sure that they capitalize on that free hit.
Yeah, he's a spinner. No ball is a big no-no. But sometimes that front leg is just kicking out, which create the biggest stride for finger spinner. It's something you don't want. You want to get your front knee up and down as quickly as possible.
And also maybe a sign that that front arm's not working hard enough. Oh, well bowled there by Mondi Makunku. Big appeal, but definitely some bat on that. Was it a case of bat first or bat first? Oh, that was a close one. Off the back foot, past that point fielder. They're going to come back for the second. 9 conceded off that Makunku over. The lines have been a lot better, Justin, from Makunku.
Yeah, the line is much better. Attacking the stumps, which is important with the new ball. The only thing from a batting point of view, the Mpumalanga Rhinos won't mind. He's bowling with a flat. Like a bit flat, is not getting the ball above the eye level of the batsman, which make it easier to play. But he's got that good control, like I mentioned, better consistency. So he just needs to get it fuller, not too short.
Just that flat trajectory as we see another bowling change from the Loch Logan end. So Sitembile Langa warming up earlier, and he's going to come into the attack, bowling to Yasser Cook.
Yeah, a small change from both of these left-arm spinners. Bongimhlanga slightly a bit taller than Mondim Kuku.
See some movement into the right-handed Cook immediately from Langa.
Yeah, we saw that against the Northern Cape Heat. That stock delivery ball coming back into the right-hander. On the money first up from Langa.
Again, Cook keeps that one out. Good start here to the 8th over from Sitembile Langa.
Yeah, and one will feel the Knights have a good balance team in this fixture with two left-arm spinners, two right-arm off spinners. You have a left-arm seamer and two right-arm seamers in Joe van Dijk and Langa. So good balanced squad. A lot of variety in this lineup.
Yeah, the only thing that I commented on earlier is if you look at that batting lineup and you see Van Vuuren coming in at 6, almost feel that it's one position too high and that they might just be a batter short. But that top order or that top 5 batters have been in good form this season. And Van Vuuren, Piet, Van Dijk, all of them can all still hold a bat. The Knights would like to make sure that they restrict to the Mpumalanga Rhinos to a score that they would be comfortable chasing down. 2 more to the total. That's the 5th ball of Langa's over. First runs conceded of this over. Inside edge onto the pads. End of the 8th over. 35 for 1.
Good over there from Langa. There's 2 runs conceded in the 8th over. Only Makunku to continue from the Willows end. He will be bowling to Twala. Main commentary is Norman. Good morning.
Morning, Justin. It's a pleasure to be here again.
Using his feet. Coming down the wicket. Nkunku seeing the batsman coming out of the squeeze. Dropping the ball a little bit shorter for no run.
And very nice to see Monde back in the team. Matungu. left arm spinner. Had a privilege to play with. As a youngster. I think you're quite correct. He's dropping his left shoulder a bit too early. But when he's up there, he can create a lot of problems for a lot of batsmen.
Yeah, Twala will feel unlucky with that previous delivery, just straight down the leg side with only the deep square out on the boundary. Still 2 deliveries left in this over. Good length again there from Monde Makunku. Slight misfield there. Fumble, which created 1 run there for the Mpumalanga Rhinos.
I think, Justin, the difference between this night's team and the rest of the teams is that they have depth in their team. When someone is out, they know whoever we're going to bring in is going to fill up that gap pretty well. So it makes this team very difficult to penetrate and to beat. Another dot ball by Matungu Monde. Very good over from Monde Matungu. 5 dot balls, 1 run from it. Very impressive by this night's team. And then Mpumalanga Rhinos, 36 for 1 after 9 overs.
Yeah, 1 more over to bowl in this first power play. It's been a good one for the Knights. They've contained the Mpumalanga Rhinos to 36 for 1 after 9. With Tian van Vieren picking up the wicket of Katrara.
I think that was a very important wicket for the Knights because Katrada was the guy who was looking to come after the bowlers and playing his shots.
A good start again here from Langa. Good start to his over. Only conceding 2 runs in his previous one.
Been a great campaign for the Knights.
Inside edge. Squirted away there to deep square leg for 2 runs. Good running between Cook and Twala. Yeah, Langa bowling with a deep square out on the leg side and the 3rd man out on the offside. Only 2 fielders allowed outside the inner ring. And good length once again from Langa.
You spoke earlier about the absence of Malusi Siboto pairing with Dane Pitt later in the innings. We will see how that goes. It will be very interesting to see how Dane Pitt does it today alone. Another one on the thigh. There's going to be a leg bye. I think Langa's bowled very well today, just slightly away, bowling on the leg side. He would want to put that ball more on the offside. Dot ball. Last time they played here, he picked up 4 wickets against the Northern Cape Hits, Langa.
Yeah, I started very well in that fixture, taking the new ball, coming back at the back end, picking up another 3 wickets.
You would have wanted 5, wouldn't he?
Most definitely. A slight misfield there from Dane Pitt. And that's 4 runs. Good shot there from Cook. Off the back foot. And that's the end of the over. 7 runs coming from it. 43 for 1 after 10, so that's the first end of the first power play. Mpumalanga is going at 4.3 to the over.
And Monde Matungu to continue from the Willows end.
Yeah, just to mention that Jock Snyman is the captain in this fixture today. The umpire signals the start of the second power play from over 11 until over 40.
Monde Matungu to Musawenko Sitwala.
Yeah, good feeling there from the captain, Jock Snyman, in that extra cover area.
I would say, Justin, when you're a spin bowler, you want to see a batsman playing forward as much as possible.
Yeah, most definitely. Twala on the back foot there again. Played straight to extra cover for no run. Yeah, as a spinner, you want to be on the fuller side as much as possible. Get that batsman on the front foot. Throw him forward. Yeah, there we go. Good bowling from Monde Matungu.
Fourth dot ball of the over. Bowling very well Monde today. That's another dot ball to Monde. I should say his action has changed so much in the past years. Taking out that slip, bringing in a short cover for catching. This is interesting.
Much better delivery there from Monde. But well played there by Twala. We're getting nice and forward. Full face of the bat. Defending that ball straight to extra cover for no run. Flight to delivery straight to cover. That's the first maiden of today. Good over from Monde Matungu. First maiden of the day. Very good over. Good consistency in that over. Good consistent action as well.
Well, I should say the last 3 balls were much better. Just as we said it, that when you're a spin bowler, you want to see that batsman coming as forward as possible. That's what Monde did the last 3 balls, bringing forward the batsman Musawenkosi Twala. Even taking out the slip to say, come to the catching short cover. Well bowled, young man. The Tembile Langa to continue from the Lochlogan end to Yasser Cook. Dot ball. I think the difference between the Knights and the other teams in this competition is that the consistency of the Knights, both bowling and batting, like I said before, they have depth in batting. If you check today's team that is playing, the Khali is not playing. He scored 100 in the past games against the Northern Cape Hits here in Mangaung. One on the leg side again. That would be leg bias again. should be, one would say, he's dropping his head a bit. That's why he's bowling more of a leg side, Justin. You've been the coach. You know how this goes. He's quite a good bowler. A bit of advice to seniors from seniors.
I think if you can hit that fourth stump, bringing the ball back into the right hand, just hitting that off stump with his natural delivery, natural stock delivery, is taking the ball back into the right hander. Just one down to third man.
I think that's a better ball. Yes, you're right, Justin. If you can just hit that fourth stump, that would really definitely make a bit difficult for the batsman to play, leave more, play safe. We don't want to lose wickets. Another dot ball.
A back-rolling short delivery from Langa, pulled away by Yasser Cook for one to deep square leg.
Another dot ball, Justin.
Yeah, that's the end of the over. 3 runs coming from it. And 46 for 1 after 12.
Very interesting to see the way the Rhinos are batting now, and you want to understand when are they going to start adding those ones and those twos, as we've seen with the Knights, whereby the batsman really takes on the fielders to add up on the score, because if necessarily the boundaries are not coming, then you need to come up with another plan to say let's get ones and twos here and there, so that at least we keep the scoreboard going. Unlike we're putting ourselves under pressure. You check the last 12 balls, only 3 runs conceded between Monde and Mpumalanga. Will be very interesting to see how this over goes of Monde Matungu.
A good start to the over again for Monde. Yeah, and interesting enough, it's a second power play. You can have 4 fielders out on the boundary. At the moment, for Monde, there's only 3 fielders on the boundary. It's deep square leg, sweep on the offside and a long off. Ball hit into that vacant square leg area for 2 runs. A good partnership has been developing between Yasser Cook, Twala. Partnership of 28. Pulled away there to the deep square fielder for 1.
Talking of partnerships, Justin, this is where the Knights are very strong with their partnerships. They can build, one can take risks, calculated risks, of course. That's a dot ball again. And that's the difference we've seen with different teams, whereby both batsmen decide that we will wait till later.
Much better length there from Mondi Hakunku. 1 ball to go, the 13th over. Going down the wicket, defends the ball to cover for no run. That's the end to the over. 3 runs coming from it, 49 for 1 after 13. Run rate achieved is 3.8 at the moment. From a Mpumalanga Rhinos point of view, they want to up that run rate just by getting more singles, rotating strike more, turning those ones into twos. We mentioned that the dimensions of the Mangaung oval is quite big. Big boundaries, lots of pockets. So maybe running that first one hard, turning those ones into twos. Langa to continue from the Loch Logan end. Played out through that sweep on the offside for 1. And that brings up the 50 for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. 50 of 81 deliveries, 4 boundaries.
On strike is Musawe Nkosi on 17.
Wide goal there from the square leg umpire.
It's another dot ball from Stembile Langa. And when they hit those right areas, it's a bit difficult for the batsman to penetrate through the fielding in the fielders in the circle.
It's an outside edge taken. Second wicket down for the Knights. Twala to depart for 17.
Twala Musawe Nkosi Twala going after that ball. It was on the fourth stump that you were talking about, Justin. And Twala went after it, and then unfortunately for him, it caught outside edge, caught behind, and he's gone for 17. As I was saying, when they hit those areas, let's look at it again. That's a beautiful ball by Stembile Langa, Justin.
Yeah, Twala depart for 17 of 41 deliveries. 1 boundary hit in that innings. Mpumalanga Rhinos 51 for 2 after 13.3. Twala wanting to use the crease, get into the channel of Langa, but unfortunately found the outside edge. Good catch there by Ruan Asbrook. Joining Yasser Cook in the middle, Muhammad Mayat, the captain of the Mpumalanga Rhinos.
Well, that's what prayer can do, Justin. Facing 2-3 good overs, and you start trying to play other shots to get the scoreboard going, and you end up playing other shots, which makes it more risky. As you were saying, there's a lot of pockets here at Mangaung Oval. The outfield is big. Get those ones into twos, turn them into twos. Put the fielders under pressure. But the Mpumalanga Rhinos are not doing that at the moment.
Yeah, good pressure balls in there from the Knights. Before that, wicket fell. 14 dot balls were bowled in the last 4 overs. Another dot ball. A very good start here for the Knights. They will be pleased to have the Mpumalanga Rhinos at 51 for 2.
Then Pete will be the happiest captain of the two with the way things are going now.
Yeah, just the correction, as I mentioned, Jock Snyman is the captain today for the Knights.
Oh, yeah, please.
Another outside edge, straight to backward point. Good catch by Patrick Botha. Langa ending the over with 2 wickets, 2 runs conceded. That's the end of the over. 51 for 3 after 14 overs. Let's see the end of the captain Mohammad Mayat facing 3 deliveries. Just slightly playing away from his body, finding the outside edge. Straight to Pat Botha there at backward point. Very good catch. Diving to his left.
Another good ball by Sithembile Langa. Mohammad Mayat depart on 0 of 3 balls. And that brings to the wicket Benjamin van Niekerk.
Yeah, Mpumalanga Rhinos. They will be searching for a good partnership between Yasser Cook and Van Niekerk. Yeah, momentum on the side of the Flexbrand Knights. But let's see how the Mpumalanga Rhinos can counter that, turning that momentum into their favor again. Monde Makunku to continue from the Willows end, bowling his 5th over, conceding 13 runs of his 4 overs. Makunku to Cook, swept away to that vacant fine leg area for 2 runs. Makunku just slightly too straight on that occasion.
And I think he dropped a bit short to the leg side. Yasser Cook taking an advantage of that.
Ball drifting into the right-hander. Cut away to deep square leg for 1. Bringing Brings Van Niekerk on strike to face his first delivery. There's 3 fielders out on the boundary. Van Niekerk being a new batsman, joining Yasser Cook at the middle. Still 3 fielders out. Sweep on the offside, long off and deep square leg. Short off the back foot. Punched away for 1 to the sweep on the offside.
No short fine leg for Monday, or what is known as 45. The idea is to bowl more on the offside than to bowl on the leg side. As you can see, Monday's field is 6-3 on the off and 3 fielders on the onside.
Slightly short again. Pulled away to deep square leg for 1.
One more ball to go in this over. That's another dot ball to end the 15th over. Mpumalanga Rhinos 56 for 3 after 15 overs. Yasser Cook 17 and Ben van Niekerk on 1. After losing those 2 wickets, it will be very interesting to see how the Mpumalanga Rhinos are approaching this match, Justin. It's just going to be a bit slightly different game. What do you think?
Yeah, I think from a batting point of view, they would want to build on a partnership, set that foundation, rotate as much as they can. It was a good over for them. They Monde Makunku over, getting 5 runs from it. Just keep building on that, rotating strike more. Got a more expensive drive, good feeling like backwater in that backward point area. Just keeping it down to 1.
Yes, they would look to build a solid partnership from here. Yasser Cook is already on 18. It's looking pretty well set for now.
Wanga with his stock delivery, coming back into the right hander, beating Van Rensburg on the inside half. Yeah, the last boundary came in the 10th over. So 5 overs went by without scoring a boundary. So that's why that strike rotation will be key for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. Make sure you get off strike, get to the other end.
Another good ball from Sithembile Langa. I think the Knights from here, they would want to keep their record of winning into the finals, to keep their confidence up and keep them motivated. That would be the key to them going forward. I don't think they have pressure. That's another dot ball for Sithembile Langa. 4 dot balls in this over. So far, one more ball to go from Mpumalanga.
Yeah, he's been exceptional this morning. 4.5 overs, 13 runs, 2 wickets. Very good start here for Langa in his first opening spell. Punched away in that extra cover area. Work to do for the sweeper fielder on the offside. Keeping it out to 2 runs. That's the end of the over. 3 runs coming from it. 59 for 3 after 16.
Monde Matungu to continue from the Willows end. As we said before, the Knights are not under pressure at all. They're enjoying their cricket at this time and they are playing quite exceptional. Monde Matungu to Yasa Cook.
Yeah, nice full delivery there from Makungu. Kept out for Yasukuk. Straight to mid wicket for no run. Swept away. Straight to the deep square leg fielder for 1. Drifting the ball slightly back into the right hander is Monde Makungu. Short, pulled away over mid wicket, 2 bounces. And that's the first boundary for Van Niekerk. And that's the first boundary in 6 overs for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. Much needed boundary.
Monde Matungu dropping it short and got punished for that. That's why we said you want to see a batsman coming forward when you're a spin bowler.
Punch down to long off for 1.
That's a better length by Monde. As I said before, his action has changed so much, Monde.
Right off the back foot from Yasser Cook. To that sweeper boundary for 1. Light off the back foot again for 1. That's the end to the over. 8 runs coming from it. 67 for 3 after 17.
And as we often see, when there's wickets falling, that also brings that run rate achieved down. So at the moment, going at 3.9s are the Mpumalanga Rhinos. And a strong finish to the season from Mpumalanga, Norman. Really bowled well in the last couple of games, and again here today, 5 overs, 2 for 12. As we see a change in bowling from the Loch Logan end. Johan van Dijk coming into the attack with a score on 67 for 3 after 17.
Yes, Rafik, he has bowled so well, Mpumalanga today again, picking up those 2 wickets earlier to put Mpumalanga Rhinos in a bit of pressure.
And there's one man that's got the ability to take wickets himself. It's Johan van Dijk. Bowls with good pace. So let's see how he goes. Oh, and you could see that short ball. Not comfortable under it is Van Niekerk. And so you can expect a few more of those short balls, especially from Johan van Dijk, who's an aggressive bowler. Especially if your opposition sense a bit of weakness in that area, you can expect a few more of those, as we see though that deep square leg just being pushed out a bit. So deep square leg, fine leg, third man and a sweep out. You can expect hard lengths here. Down leg, and that's maybe been a concern with his bowling, especially in the white ball format this season, is his control, where he has the tendency of bowling both sides of the wicket. Is Johan van Dijk.
Well, I think when you're bowling with no pressure, you just need to say, let me keep it on the offside, because you don't have pressure, you don't have to put more pace into it. No threat, no nothing. Just keep your line and length.
And you can see the strategy here from the Knights, sensing that Van Niekerk not too comfortable with that hard lengths or shorter length ball, but tucked away for one. And we'll see Yasser Cook on strike. He's on 20, and this partnership now with 18 runs. Next in for the Mpumalanga Rhinos will be former Knights captain Aubrey Swanepoel. And to follow him, former SA Under-19 cricketer Herman Rolfs.
It will be interesting to see how it goes here, Rafik, because now they need to build a partnership here.
Yeah.
That's what is important now.
Driven straight back to the bowler. And the Knights, especially in this format and competition, always seems to claw their way back into games. And we saw again with the new ball today, maybe a bit of an indifferent start, although Van Vieren coming around the wicket pulled things back nicely, but always finding a way to get themselves back into a game, whether it's with bat or with ball.
Well, that's what you were saying with Justin, that they have beautiful, beautiful pairs. It's a dot ball to Johan van Dijk. We were saying that they have a beautiful pairs, both in batting and bowling. I mean, this format, this season, they played a totally different cricket that's putting other teams into a certain pressure at a certain point, because they have the way to, like you said, they have the way to bring themselves back into the game, whether they are batting or whether they are bowling, and that is very interesting, and that makes it difficult to beat them.
I think a lot of that has got to do with the experience in this Knights team. Played late by Cook down to third man. He's going to look to come back for the second, but fielding is done by Langa on the third man boundary. Keep it down to 1. That's the end of Van Dijk's first over, just conceding the 3, and the Rhinos total moving on to 70 for 3 after 18.
And those are the first drinks of the day.
So back after the drinks break, and it will be Makunku to continue. No, it's Mpumalanga that'll be continuing or coming in for his second spell from the Willow's End. Mpumalanga, his first spell that he bowled 3 overs, 0 for 10. And as we mentioned earlier, it does bowl better with that older ball. So let's see with the field spread how he's going to go. Much better line from Bongi.
That's a better ball from Bongi Seni Mhlanga.
Played away to that mid-on fielder, just short of him. Just sensing Yasser Cook would like to get on with things. He is that type of player. With again, he's got the protection out.
We're saying that Rafiq would be very, very interesting to see how the Rhinos takes the game from here forward.
Again, with just for one, same fielder doing the job, Tian van Vieren on that sweeper boundary.
Partnership now goes to 21 between Yasser Cook and Benjamin van Niekerk.
Over the boundary, maximum for Yasser Cook. Big hit, and he clears the long on boundary easily, does Yasser Cook.
Let's have a look at that shot again. That's a massive 6 for Yasser Cook. I think he has decided that he's going to take on the spinners from here on, Rafiq, because it shows that his intentions. And that brings to the 19th over, 78 for 3. And the partnership now is worth 27 runs between Yasser Cook and Ben van Niekerk. Johan van Dijk to continue from the Lochlogan end.
Yeah, Yasser Cook, an aggressive cricketer, helping himself to that maximum of Mpumalanga's over. Johan van Dijk still got this deep square out, fine leg fairly square, and again down leg.
You wouldn't want to pull that now. Want to bring it more onto the off stump and avoid those wide balls.
It's been interesting also to see how the Knights have used, or the captain has used himself, Dane Pitt, and when he comes on to bowl. So with almost 20 overs gone, you would expect Dane Pitt to get back into the attack soon. I mentioned a couple of times during commentary how important he was, and especially Malusi Siboto with Dane Pitt in this bowling attack. That's where you want to operate. I mean, Johan van Dijk, at times you just get the feeling that he sometimes tries to do too much, maybe not patient enough.
Yes, Rafik, that's why I was saying that when you're playing this kind of games, the one day, you don't really want to push, especially when you are not under pressure, because there's no pressure. The Knights has the game in control so far. That's a better length.
Almost a Yorker length, and well kept out there by Van Niekerk.
That's painful. Know that feeling.
Yeah, Johan van Dijk has done himself a little mischief there, but he's going to be fit to continue.
Keeps looking at that finger. Hopes he hangs on in there. The weather looks beautiful in Bloemfontein today.
And that's a short ball, but the direction off, and the umpire signals that's wide. And we mentioned earlier that you do expect Johan van Dijk to use that as a strategy, a tactic to get to Benjamin van Rensburg especially. Yeah, beautiful day out here today at Mangaung Oval. No wind to speak of. Sun's out. Just the thought of that short ball, just feeling that Van Niekerk looks a bit stuck in the crease. Full of delivery, but didn't really get his feet going on that occasion. And that's maybe because he's got this short ball in his mind. And you will expect also Van Dijk to every now and then just pitch that up with that feet stuck in the toilet, as they used to say. Bit of width, played away, backward a point. Dane Pitt does the fielding. They're going to come back for two.
Yes, I think Johan van Dijk will be thinking more of putting that ball into the middle leg a bit short, so that Ben van Niekerk plays that shot that he's not comfortable with. There we go. And it's a dot ball to end it over. 20th over, 82 for 3. Mpumalanga Rhinos.
So a nice partnership developing here for the Rhinos between Yasser Cook and Benjamin van Niekerk. They would like to see that partnership grow. Just seeing an interesting the Knights assistant coach Ruan Derksen with the number 1 on the back of his shirt on the field. So it's just looking to see who's off the field, and with the assistant coach and also the fielding coach at times being on the field, so a bit of pressure on him to practice what he preaches.
Very interesting to see Rafik. Well said. Well said. We saw a bit of a team meeting between Jacques Snyman, Dane Pitt, Mangesen Mhlanga, and the fielding coach, assistant coach.
So field assistant coach doing duty at long off at the moment. Cole Abrams seems to be the man off the field, and Mpumalanga continues to Yasser Cook, who plays this one out to that long on fielder.
Better ball. That's what you want to see the batsman doing when you're a spin bowler. That's one to Yasser Cook. Well bowled, young man. Bongiseni Mhlanga. He's pulling a better line since he came back, Rafiq. Yes, he's still dropping it short, but not like in the first spell. I mean, he's up there, shoulders up.
Now, we mentioned earlier that he does bowl better with that older ball, and he's had coaches given him that opportunity to find his rhythm, and he's rewarded them with some good performances of late. Bit inconsistent, but he's done a job.
Well bowled, young man. Dot ball. And well played, Yasser Cook.
And this one goes out to the assistant coach in that long off position, who's going to get it. And easy throwing back to the bowler. Good energy there from Ruan Derksen. That's much better from Bongi Mpumalanga. And that's the end of the over. Just 3 conceded of Mpumalanga's 5th over. 21 conceded so far by Bongi Mpumalanga.
Johan van Dijk to continue from the Lochlogan end.
Oh, past the outside edge. And Van Dijk, as we mentioned, he's got the ability to take wickets.
And that would be the line that he wants to bowl most of the time.
Apart from the odd wide, he's done well. He's 2 overs gone for 7 so far.
As you mentioned earlier, perfect, this partnership going up to 34 runs now between Yasser Cook and Benjamin van Niekerk. They would want to build on to that and back deep into the innings to get the defendable total.
Play to the leg side by Yasser Cook just for the single. Still looking at the captain, Dane Pitt, on that sweeper boundary, wondering when he's going to be coming into the attack.
I think on point of correction, the captain for today is Jack Sneeman.
Thick outside edge to that third man fielder. that you wonder if he'll be into the attack. But with the two right-handed batters out in the middle, I suppose the two left-arm spinners are better matchups. Play down to that third man fielder again for another single. Again, a decent over here from Van Dijk, just conceding 3 so far.
Few spectators again today.
Good fielding by Ruan Derksen in that cover area.
And that's the over. That brings the 22nd over to end 89 for 3. And changing commentary, Justin is back.
This partnership now with 38 runs, Justin, so they've done well to sort of get themselves back into this position, the Rhinos.
Yeah, much needed partnership for Mpumalanga Rhinos between Yasser Cook and Benjamin van die Kerk. Run rate at the moment is 4, so they've picked up the run rate.
Are you surprised not to see Dane Pitt in the attack as of yet?
Ball there from Mpumalanga. Yes, I think he would have been brought into the attack earlier. He might come from the Loch Logan end. Make sure they hit him to that long boundary.
Played away to that deep square leg fielder, just for 1. Yeah, I agree. I think maybe following Van Dijk from that Loch Logan end will be Dane Pitt, or should be Dane Pitt. Slower from Mpumalanga, and we've seen much better lines in his second spells always.
Yeah, and he's bowling with more control as well with the older ball.
Does target the stumps a lot more.
Yeah, one must say, not a lot of foot movement between Yasser Cook and Benjamin van die Kerk. Quite stuck at the crease, not getting forward enough. Likes to play with the back foot, both of them.
So just the 2 runs conceded off Mpumalanga's over. It's 6 overs so far, conceding that 23 runs. 91 for 3 after 23. At run rate at the moment exactly, or almost exactly 4. Van Dijk to continue from the Loch Logan end.
Yeah, dot ball to start off the over. Once again, not a lot of foot movement there from Yasser Cook.
I see Dane Pitt warming up on that sweeper boundary. You see it. Batter Yasser Cook getting a new bat from the 12th man. Just a slight hold up in play. Spoke about earlier on about the options that the Knights have, almost spoiled for choice in the spin department today. 5 spinners in the team. If you count RBW appeal, but maybe too high. If you count Patrick Botha, 6 spinners in the squad today. Seth Vleermouse obviously also bowls off spin. Pat Botha, Snyman, Dane Piet, all off spinners, and then the 2 left arm spinners, Mpumalanga and Mangaung. Much better control of this game from Johan van Dijk, Justin. Has the tendency every now and then to push it down leg. It's almost as if he's looking for that ball to come back into the right hander, and just changes in his action and changes in his biomechanics at times. But he's been a lot more patient today.
Yeah, three wides from Johan van Dijk. Much better control, like you mentioned. Short again. Played to mid wicket for no run. Yes, only the 3 wides from Joe van Dijk. Just straying down the leg side. But since then he's been on the money with good pace.
We've often see this type of field whilst commentating at the ground, where you look at those sweepers out, 3rd man fine leg out. It's just a phase of the game where you almost know what the plan is, and whether the patience is there with the execution. And we see that hard length, that back over length being bowled a lot in this with this type of field.
Just with that back of a length and short delivery, it's good to see him coming around the wicket to both of these batsmen. You see Yasser Cook is a compulsive hooker or puller of the ball, so he won't let the ball go past him. So there might be an opportunity there for the Knights. As we see Van Niekerk as well, not convincing.
Yeah.
Cramped up a bit there. Still managed to get 1. That's the end of the over. 2 runs coming from at 93 for 3 after 24. Yeah, that might be a good window of opportunity for the Knights. Joe van Dijk just over to just come around the wicket.
And you mentioned a good point there. I think Yasser Cook, not shy to play that short ball or have a go at the short ball. And on the other end, you feel that somebody like Benjamin van Niekerk does not really appreciate or look comfortable under that shorter delivery. So an interesting scenario playing itself out with Cook, obviously a lot shorter, and especially for your seam bowlers at length, you need to find that length to each of these batters, because a short ball to fuller length to length where you feel it's maybe a shorter length to Benjamin van Niekerk could almost be a bouncer to Yasser Cook.
And Yasser Cook looks to get on the back foot. He's not looking to come forward. Another dot ball from Schlanger, who's continuing from the Willows end into his 7th over. As we see Jock Sneeman also warming up. Time Pit.
And again, good lines from Schlanger. Yeah, interesting. See the two off spinners warming up. We might have spin in tandem here. Off spin in tandem. Played away through that mid wicket area. One bounce 4. Partnership now 46.
Yeah, the first boundary in the from 6 overs. A much needed boundary for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. Slightly tossed up. Slower through the air. No one in that deep mid wicket area. Good shot from Benjamin van die Kerk. Good cricket. Just tucked away too long on for 1.
This one's played out to deep square leg where Pitt does the fielding. That's the end of Mshlanga's 7th over. 29 conceded so far. 99 for 3 after 25.
6 runs coming from that over. Much needed boundary that over for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. And I think just for these two batsmen, they're so different in so many ways. Just for a left arm spinner point of view, you see Van die Kerk targeting that deep mid wicket area. Yasser Cook targeting the more short square leg area, deep square leg. So maybe play around with that fielder, move him across, just wider for Van die Kerk.
We are going to see a change in bowling. Jacques Snyman into the attack from the Loch Logan end. Just looking at this wicket, Justin, and it does seem like a good wicket. There's no demons in this wicket. Saw the last time when the Knights played here, they scored an excess of 300 runs. So I'm just wondering what a good score on this wicket would be.
Yeah, we're halfway through the first innings. 25 overs gone. Mpumalanga Rhinos on 99. That brings up to 100 with that single.
Yeah, 100 up off 157 balls. There's 6 boundaries and 1 maximum in that 100. It's come in the 26th over. They're obviously looking to give themselves something to bowl at, the Rhinos. Saw them defending a total of about 250 in their previous game against the Northern Cape Heat. That's the 50 partnership also between these two batters. And that's come off 71 balls, 2 fours and 1 6. Driven past that cover fielder. It's going to run away for 4. Good shot and good timing there by Yasser Cook.
Slightly over pitch there from Jacques Snyman. But quicker through the air as well with an offer. Gladly accepted by Yasser Cook, who moves to 40. There's a shout, LBW shout not given. Interesting that the captain brought himself on and not Time Pit. Another dot ball. Just tucked away to short fine leg for no run. Bongi Mpumalanga does the fielding. Tucked away again. Gets a single. That's the end of the over. 7 runs coming from it. 105 for 3 after 26.
I'm just interested to see what's happened to Cole Abrams, who's off the field. As you see at Rowan Derrickson, the assistant coach, still on the field, making his way down to that long on boundary. And if you consider and think that Cole Abrams is due to open the batting for the Knights, not sure how long he'll be off the field and what exactly happened to him.
Monde good to ball from the Willows end into his second spell. Went for 26 in 6.
Abrams still off, and Derrickson looking to cut that off and make sure that he keeps it to 1 from that long on fielding position.
Monde looking to just drift the ball back into the right hander. Played from Van Niekerk down to Longo for 1. Patrick Botha does the fielding.
Just speaking to Coach JP Trichard earlier in the week, and
there's a big shout, not given.
Yeah, the umpire maybe just feeling that to have gone down leg, but I know that Dane Pitt, they're also looking to give him a bit of a rest. So I would not be surprised if Dane Pitt does not bowl much in this match, with all the niggles that the Knights have got within their squad.
Drifted into the pads again. Now run to short fine leg. Just with Monde drifting the ball back into the right hander, that deep mid wicket fielder might be crucial. There's no one there at the moment. Big vacant area there.
They're going to look to come back for the second year as Langa runs to his left to do the fielding. That's the end of Mangaung's over. 4 conceded. His ball is 7 over so far for 30 runs. Fairly decent spell. Both him and Bongi Mpumalanga has got similar bowling figures. Mpumalanga conceding 29 of his 7. So they've done a decent job here for the Knights, the 2 left arm spinners, Justin.
Yeah, they've been operating from the Willows end since this morning, on the start of play. The Bongi bowled 2. Nkuku replaced him, bowled 6 on the trot. And then Mpumalanga back into the attack. There's 1 to the deep square fielder. Pulled away for 1.
As we mentioned at the start of play, the Knights are in a very good position where they can rest some of their players who are struggling with some, I wouldn't call it injuries, but just slight niggles. And Siboto and Maria sitting out of this one. And expecting Dane Pitt, if he bowls, not to bowl the maximum amount of overs that he can. Pulled away by Cook to that deep square leg fielder. Pat Puerta does the fielding in that position. Jacques Snyman, you feel, obviously bowls well to left-handers, but just to the right-handers at times, maybe just goes too straight.
I also think the pace he's bowling at, it's too quick, it's too easy just work the ball around. And as we see another single to that vacant square leg area. So maybe just bowl it a little bit slower. He's bowling to the bigger side of the ground. And as we saw a couple of slog swoops from Yasser Cook and Benjamin van Niekerk. It's the end of the over. 4 runs coming from it. 114 for 3 after 28.
And we were speculating and talking earlier about the wicket and what a good score would be here, but if you look at the total on the board so far, it does seem, obviously with some wickets in hand, you'd expect them to at least get to that 250 mark, the Rhinos. Good partnership here between the two of them. 63, 2 in batters. They both set.
Yeah, partnership of 63 between Cook and van Niekerk. The longer these two can bat.
Swept away. Oh, through the legs of Dane Pitt. Manages to recover. Good lines and good bowling here from Mondi Mkunku. Down to long on. Derrickson will do the fielding. On that knee for a maximum. Benjamin van Niekerk showing some intent here. He's played that shot before.
Yeah, we saw van Niekerk targeting that area, that deep mid wicket area. There's no one there at the moment on the boundary. And as I say, that mid wicket goes to that deep mid wicket on the boundary.
Yeah, deep mid wicket goes out to the boundary. Long on comes into that mid on position. So just the 4 fielders out on the leg side. To the left arm spinner, obviously turning the ball away from the right hander. This one's played down to long off just for the single.
Good cricket there from Benjamin van Niekerk. After the boundary, get off strike. So that's the end of the over. 8 runs coming from it. 122 for 3 after 29.
Yeah, the leadership team consulting. Derrickson in the huddle there with Pitt and Snyman. Snyman to continue from the Loch Logan end. Again, just tucked away to that deep square leg fielder for one.
Yeah, at the moment you just feel there's no pressure building here from the Knights. These two are settled in the middle. Partnership of 72 between Cook and Van die Kerk. Tucked away to short fine leg for no run. I just feel a good change will be to get Dane pitch a ball from that end. He takes the ball both ways. Turn the ball back into the right hand. They can also take the ball away.
Like I mentioned earlier, I just think that they would have rested Dane Pitt for this match. So I'm not expecting him to bowl much during this game.
Played off the back foot too long on for one.
Much better line there from Jacques Snyman.
I think he's bowled quite straight after the 4 they passed extra cover. Good fielding there from Dane Pitt. That's the end of the over. 3 runs coming from it. 125 for 3 after 30.
Makunku's got 2 overs left in his spell. He's bowled 8 overs so far. You'd expect him to bowl another 2 from the Willows end to finish up.
Nkunku to Van die Kerk, who's on 36 of 44. Yasser Cook 48 of 77 balls.
Good line again. Just played out to that leg side field. They're going to come back for the second. Misfield by Mpumalanga allows them to get through for 2 runs easily. Change in the field as we see that short fine leg getting into that mid-wicket position. Vacant space through that fine leg area at the moment. Bit of a misfield there from Jacques Snyman, allows them to get another single.
What I like about that tool they ran there, they were putting pressure on the fielder for the first time in this innings. They ran the first one hard. The calling was loud and clear for 2.
I always wonder why they always, do that towards the latter end of the innings and not at the start as well, because we've seen in the last match how well Dekhali especially ran between the wickets when he was batting, and the pressure that he's put onto the fielders. And you mentioned early on in that 100 that he got here, just the 5 boundaries that were scored. Really played well, Isaac Dekhali.
Another no ball.
Naughty. Criminal. The same bowler? Same bowler who's bowled a no ball earlier. Got punished for that. Let's see what Yasser Cook has up his sleeve. Just bowled it wider, outside of that hitting arc. Just going to get one for that. Smart bowling there from Mondi Mkunku. Not too much damage done in the end. Big hit. No ball as well. Maximum. So Mondi Mkunku looking at that mark there. And he's going to have to bowl another ball here. And it's a free hit as well. So just poor discipline from Mondi Mkunku. And this partnership now moves on to 86.
Yeah, Mkunku conceding 50 runs as well with that 6 and no ball.
How he sang his praises after his 7th over when he just conceded 30, and in the last 10 balls he's conceded another 20. Make that 26 of his last 11 deliveries. As Benjamin van Niekerk plays that away and slog sweep again over deep mid wicket for 6.
Yeah, that brings up the 54 for Niekerk. 51 of 40 balls. 48 balls. That takes the partnership to 92. Much needed partnership for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. And a very, very good over here for them as well. 1 ball to go in the 31st over.
Just down the leg side, and the umpire signals leg by. That's the end of Mkunku's 9th over. An expensive over by Mondi Mkunku.
Yeah, 19 runs coming from that over. Very good over there for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. Run rate achieved 4.6. Partnership of 93 between Cook and Van Niekerk. Jacques Snyman to continue from the Loch Logan end. He went for 14 in his 3 overs. Tucked away for 1 to deep mid wicket. Driven straight to mid off for no run. There's a big LBW appeal. Not given. Looks like he got bat on that. Yeah, that brings up the 50 for Yasser Cook. 50 of 84 deliveries.
Well, this partnership Looks like it's starting to build to be solid. Ofiasa Cook and Benjamin van Niekerk, 95 runs at the stage.
Tucked away to deep square leg for 1. Yeah, and we just heard the news from the Knights dugout that Cole Abrams is not well. Ruben Maria will replace him. So driven past that extra cover fielder for 4. Momentum shift again here for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. That brings up the 150 for them. And also the end of the over.
That's a beautiful shot by Benjamin van Niekerk.
150. 1 for 3 after 32. 7 runs coming from the Jocks Neyman over. So once we have confirmation of Cole Abrams, but it looks like he's not well, Ruben Maria will replace him at the top of the order, opening with Jocks Neyman.
Tembile Langa back in action from the Willows end, replacing Monde Matungu after that last one big over. Justin?
Yeah. Langa looking to break this partnership, who's reached 100 between Yasser Cook, Benjamin van Niekerk. Very good partnership. They want to build on this. 18 overs left in this first innings. Langa winning for 15 in his 5 overs, 2 wickets. Starts off with a dot ball.
He'll be looking to break this partnership, Langa.
Once again off the back foot. Do that fielder on the sweeper boundary for 1. Both of these batsmen have played well off the back foot. They preferred it there. Not a lot of feet movement sometimes from both Van Niekerk and Cook. They love to play the ball on the back foot. And we saw that against the spinners as well as the seamers.
Well, I think this is where Malusi Siboto will be very, very useful, as we've seen in the previous games. Just then bringing down the partnerships and getting wickets at this stage of the game. This is the difference between the experienced and inexperienced players.
Yeah, and we haven't seen Dane Pitt come into the attack, because normally he would have been introduced already, keeping the runs down on the one end, building pressure. With on offer, cut away for 1 to that sweeper boundary. Petwater does the fielding.
Another dot ball by Langa. Benjamin van Niekerk, 54 of 54 balls.
Good fielding from Seth Vleermaus. at backward point, keeping it out to no run. 1 ball to go. Good over so far here from Langa. He's been good today. The Knights searching for that 4th wicket. Partnership for 102 between Cook and Van Niekerk. Another dot ball to end the over. 2 runs coming from it. 153 for 3 after 33.
Well, Mpumalanga has bowled very well in this over, fitting in those shoes of Malusi Siboto at the depth of the match.
As I say, the Knights hunting for their 4th wicket. Brings a bowling change from the Loch Logan end. Tiaan van Vuuren. And it looks like he's coming around the wicket again. To the right-hander, Yasser Cook. He's bowling with a deep square leg, a fine leg, a 3rd man, and a sweep out on the offside. Mid on mid off up in the ring. Extra cover, backward point, and a mid-wicket. So Tiaan van Vuuren bowling his 3 overs up front with the new ball. Went for 12. Took the 1 wicket of Katrada. Good start from Tiaan van Vuuren. Nice and full. Drawing Yasser Cook on the front foot. A forward defense tried to cover for no run.
The Mpumalanga Rhinos haven't looked really on the way forward to increase their score here, Justin.
Yeah, they've done well to get the run rate up from 3.9. It's 4.6 at the moment. A partnership of 102 between Cook and Van Niekerk. So it will be interesting how they go about the next 16 overs. They want to end off well. Short ball, wide, shown from the square leg umpire.
I would say this has been not a problem to say, but the nice bowlers seems to be having an idea of bowling those short balls, but pitching it very short to consider them as wide balls, of which you don't really want to do at this stage of the game, giving an extra ball to the over, because that might cost you.
Clipped away for 1 to that deep square leg fielder. Backwater does the fielding, keeping it down to 1. Yeah, and the challenge for Van Vuuren and all the other seamers, Yasser Cook is not as tall as Benjamin Van Niekerk. So the height difference might also be a challenge for the bowlers to get that short ball. Nice at shoulder width. With on offer, cut away for no one. Good fielding once again from Seth Vleeremaus.
Yes, Benjamin Van Niekerk looks at now, which I don't think those short balls will be a problem to him as he started when he came in.
And I think he will feel he missed out on that. It was a short wide delivery, cut away but straight to backward point. for no run. Short again. A short arm jam into the deep and wicket area for 4. Good shot there once again from Benjamin van die Kerk. Just back of a length. If he wants to bowl shorter than that, get it up to his shoulders. Another no ball. This time from Tiaan van Vieren.
That's another free hit to Mpumalanga Rhinos. It will be interesting to see where Tiaan van Vieren is going to bowl this ball.
Yeah, the extras are costing the Knights at this stage. And what you don't want as a team, maybe getting a wicket of a no ball. So the no ball from Tiaan van Vieren, he's going to bowl the free hit to Benjamin van die Kerk. 4. Grabs away past mid wicket. Between mid wicket and mid on. Goes for 4. That's the end of the over. 11 runs coming from it. Another good over for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. Partnership of 113 between Yasser Cook, Benjamin van die Kerk. Yasser Cook 56 of 89. Benjamin van die Kerk 62 of 60. He's going at more than run a ball. At a strike rate of over 100. 16 overs left in this first innings. The score is 164 for 3 after 34. The extras conceded from the Knights is 15. Langa to continue from the Willows end, bowling his 7th over, conceding 17 runs in 6 overs, taken 2 wickets. The Knights needing another wicket. They need to break this partnership. Good bowling from Langa, and he's been doing that supportive role. Normally you will see Malusi Saboto into that role, but Langa today has been exceptional, containing from the one end, not giving away any runs. He just needs support from the other end. Run down to third man for 1. Jan van Vieren does the fielding.
Yes, Utembele Langa looking good today. Hitting those areas that he's really bowling very good and looking in charge of his own bowling. So far 2 overs, 18 runs. That's another dot ball to Utembele Langa. As I was saying, 6.3 overs, 18 runs, 2 wickets. Utembele Langa has been very, very on top today. As Justin has said now, filling up those boots of Malusi Saboto at this time, who's not present today. That's another good ball. Another dot ball from Langa.
Yeah, we yet to see Dane Pitt coming into the attack, even if it's just for a couple of overs. want to manage workloads. But I don't see, if he doesn't bowl today, yes, he can hold the bat, but he will be more effective with the ball. And at this point in time, the Knights need another breakthrough with a partnership of 114 between Cook and Van Niekerk. The run rate achieved is 4.8. This has been a very, very good over from Langa. Just 1 run conceded. The score 165 for 3 after 35. We're going to take our second drinks break.
Welcome back to Mangaung Oval in Bloemfontein. After drinks, Mpumalanga Rhinos 165 for 3 after 35 overs. Benjamin Van Niekerk on 62, Yasser Cook on 57. Batsman out, Musawenko Sitwala 17 of 41 balls. Zaki Katrara 14 of 15 balls. And the captain, Mohamed Mayet, 0 of 3 balls.
Yeah, Tian van Vieren to continue from the lock Logan end. Vieren to Cook.
It will be interesting to see what the Rhinos does from this over forward. Justin?
Yeah, I think the first ball after drink suggested there you want to up the run rate. Look to be more aggressive in their running between the wickets, getting more boundaries. And just showing a little bit more intent in everything they do from here on out. Once again, short and wide, cut away, pass point, work to do, it's 4. Third man can't cut that off. Short and wide from Tian van Vieren. Van Niekerk accepts that. He moves to 66 of 65 deliveries. Going at more than run a ball.
Well, he has been patient enough, Benjamin van Niekerk.
Punched away to that sweeper fielder. Mpumalanga does the fielding, keep it down to 1. Once again, the pressure is back onto Tian van Vieren. 6 runs of the first 3 deliveries. Partnership moves to 120 between Yasser Cook, Benjamin van Niekerk. The Knights will want to break this partnership. Short and wide, cut away. Fielded by Mpumalanga. Good fielding, keeping it down to 1. Vieren just once again short and wide. Coming around the wicket. Left arm around to the right hander. Benjamin van Niekerk. Short. And a dot ball.
That's one of the over the umpire signals. I think Benjamin van Niekerk will be happy to leave those. That wouldn't bother him so as much as he's well set now in 67 of 67 balls. That's another dot ball to Tian van Vieren to bring that over to the end. 36 overs bowled, 172 for 3. And the Knights and Mpumalanga Rhinos well set in this match. I think both fencing their chances.
Yeah, well said, Norman. Excellent partnership and a much needed one between these two batters out in the middle. 121 so far. So we see Langa to continue from the Willows end. He's been the pick of the bowler so far today. 7 overs, 2 for 18.
Yes, Rafiq, having a chat there with Dane Pitt.
All the momentum at the moment with the Rhinos. So we see Langa running in. Going at almost 5 and over. And looking all set to get way past that 250 mark. Initially speculated that they were looking to target and hopefully get to 250 at least, so that they can give themselves something to bowl at. Wickets in hand at the moment. 14 overs to go with these two batters. Well set, looking to get past that 250 mark. Finding the gap does Yasser Cook. They're going to look to come back for 3. Mhlanga does good work on that boundary, keeping it down just to 2.
Well, I think the difference with the Knights team, especially in betting with the other teams, that they would push that 2 runs into 3 runs, and they would push 1s into 2s. I think that's where their ability to bet and to get more runs, it's where it is.
Off the back foot into the covers. And news from the Knights dressing room is that Cole Abrams is feeling unwell and he might not come out to bat. They're looking at possibly getting him a replacement in for him and maybe getting Ruben Maria to come into the squad. That's the word at the moment from the Knights dressing room. Cole Abrams unwell, he's on a drip in the dressing room and they're looking to find out if they can get a replacement player in for him, which could be Ruben Maria. We'll watch and wait and see what will happen in that regard. Unfortunately for the Knights, a direct hit and that ball ricochets away. And they're going to manage to come back for a second.
Well, I think the Mpumalanga are trying to get as much now as possible onto the scoreboard and get that defendable target of 250 plus, as you said. I think they look well set now. Yasser Cook and Benjamin van Niekerk. Yasser Cook on 63 of 97 balls. And Benjamin van Niekerk on 67 of 68 balls.
Just going down leg, Zitimbele Langa. I mentioned earlier on that I felt that the Knights were a batter short. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens and if they can get in a replacement for Cole Abrams. Because if they cannot succeed in doing that, I think the Rhinos would back themselves in this match. And an all-important match for them, looking to get into those playoff matches. Flat, pulled away past that middle fielder for 4. Mentioned earlier on that Yasser Cook loves the pull shot, and in that case, just pulled it almost away in front of mid-off for 4.
Left that ball, that's what we say. He left that ball for 4 down the ground on the mid-off region, back past the bowler. That's a beautiful shot. Let's see what Langa comes up with now.
Thick outside edge, is going to run away for 4. Lot of momentum, all the momentum going the Rhinos' way at the moment.
Look at that ball again.
It almost seemed like he opened the face of the bat, almost deliberately played it through that area, did Yasser Cook.
Yes, you would say that he saw that the third man was up, and that brings the into the over, the 37th over 185 for 3.
So dangerous partnership here, and one that the Knights would be looking to break, as we see Johan van Dijk back in the attack from the Willows end. So it seems clear that Dane Pitt will not be bowling a ball today. Knights obviously looking to rest some players, and some players with a little bit of niggles. As I've mentioned earlier, Cole Abrams also out at the moment. It's a bit of the walking wounded at the moment.
That's a good start, Johan van Dijk from the Lochlogan end.
And the only positive at the moment for the Knights is that this does look like a very good wicket. And with some batters in form, especially Jacques Snyman up the order, coming off a big 100. That's the big wicket that the Rhinos would be looking for. Haasbroek also in good form. Almost played that one on.
Well, as you said, Rafiq, Isaac De Colo also in playing. Just another day scored a big 100 here also. And very quick between the wickets. Isaac, that would be the problem for the Rhinos, and that would be the difference between the two teams. That a batsman of Isaac De Colo who likes to run and tends wanting to choose.
Unfortunately, he also picked up an injury after that big knock of his. Pulled away. Deep square running around. Does the fielding. So De Colo, I believe, has got a bit of a quadricep injury. He's also out. Gian Klute should be fit and well for the final. Dean van Vieren obviously back just to get some overs also behind the belt after he's also had a spell out with injury. So the Knights would be hoping that, you know, most of these players will be available and fit come the final. They're going to go through for a quick single. Good running between these two batters, especially Yasser Cook running to the danger end.
Yeah, you want the best team for the finals. Most of the guys having those needles and trying to rest the other guys. I mean, it's going to be very important for the Knights.
Quick single again. And not managing to back that up. It's going to run away over the boundary rope. And the umpire signals 5. All the momentum at the moment with the Rhinos.
Yeah, the Rhinos will be the happier of the two teams at the moment.
Yeah, just two fielders looking to back that up. Van Vieren and Derksen. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't manage to stop that, conceding an extra 4 runs. Oh, almost played on again. Gonna come down to third man for another single.
And that's the end of the 38 over. 193 for 3, the Rhinos.
Yeah, another good over there for the Mpumalanga side. 8 coming off that. Score moves on to 193 for 3 after 38. And this run rate now over the 5 mark, 5.1.
Well, they look set now, Rafiq, the Mpumalanga Rhinos. This partnership, 141 of Yasser Cook and Benjamin van Niekerk.
Now Yasser Cook at the moment batting at a strike rate of just over 70. And Benjamin van Niekerk run the ball 73.
I think the Knights are going to bring back Stembile. You're going to bring back Mbongeseni Mhlanga from the Willows End.
Yeah, he's bowled 7 overs for 29. He's got 3 left. Long off, long on out. Deep square. Sweep out on the offside. Still only the 4 fielders allowed out. On the money, Mhlanga. First ball up. Outside edge to that short third man.
I think that's where you want to bowl it at this time. That's a good ball from Mhlanga.
Oh, play and a miss. Looking to it that squarer does Yasser Cook. Does not make any contact. Oh, well bowled. Getting much better lines from Mhlanga, attacking the stumps. Bowling a straighter line here.
I think Mbongiseni Mhlanga becomes more dangerous when he bowls it slower.
Excellent over here from Bongi Mhlanga. 5 dot balls. Into a batter like Yasser Cook, who loves bat on ball. It would be interesting to see what he does with this last ball. And that's a maiden. And it could be the first maiden of the innings. The second maiden of the innings. Our statistician Justin Jordan just indicating that.
That's a good bowling from Mbongiseni Mhlanga. I mean, at this time when you bowl a maiden, is quite a bonus to the team, Rafiq.
Yeah, you just felt that as I said earlier on, lots of momentum with the Rhinos, and that might just help to stem things a bit and hopefully create a little bit of pressure. But there's still a lot of time left in this match. 11 overs to go. Johan van Dijk to continue from the Loch Logan end. Oh, playing a miss. Maybe not enough width for him to play that shot. Benjamin van Rensburg.
Well, at this stage of the game, you're looking to score as many as possible, and just getting a maiden makes it a bit worse. That your mind tells you that you need to get runs from somewhere, even if the ball is not there to play and get runs off.
So maybe just a bit of pressure here, and this time around does get it through that area just for one. Sweepers out there. Dane Pitt. Langa. Correction. The man out on that offside sweeper boundary.
Van Dijk asking the third man to come up from the boundary. Another good ball from Johan van Dijk. Missing the outside off of Yasser Cook's bat.
So the longer these two bat, and the bigger this total seems that they would end up with. Pulled away, not in control, but over mid wicket. They should come back for 2. A lot of yards covered by Patrick Botha, and they do just settle for 2.
Yes, Yasser Cook didn't really connect that as he would have loved to. Getting 2 out of it, not bad at all.
To that backward point fielder, manages to stop it, but they still go through for the single. We mentioned how important it is, the running between the wickets on this ground. Big pockets. A lot of open spaces. And these two have played well. Also ran well between the wickets. Last ball of this over, which would be the 40th over. 10 to go after this. Dot ball. That's the end of the 40th over. 197 for 3. Just feel that with wickets in hand, they should easily be going at 8s from here on in. So if you think that they're getting 8 and over for the last 10, they look set to get to about 280. But with wickets in hand, anything is possible. Might even get a bit more than that in an important game for the Rhinos, as we mentioned earlier. They want to get a place in that playoffs and hopefully a home playoff for them. Lots going to depend on other matches that are also happening around the country. Eastern Storm, it's got an outside chance of getting there. They're playing against the CSA merging side, who are batting first. 154 for 5 at the moment. Oh, wow, bold Mangaung following his maiden up with a wicket. You did feel that something needed to give. Tied Yasser Cook down and looking maybe to play that 2 square. And Mshlanga hits. That's the end of Yasser Cook for 76 of 110 balls, 111 balls. Scored off 5 boundaries and 1 maximum in that innings of Yasser Cook. That partnership is broken.
Yes, well bowled. Sanga. And Yasser Cook was nowhere near that ball to play there. Sanga, the miss I hitting that off stump of the ground.
A new batter making his way to the middle. With a 21 on his back, Herman Rolfs, former SA under 19 cricketer from the Titans area, from Pretoria area. He's going to join Benjamin van Niekerk with his score on 74 off 75 balls. Looking quite good at the moment, and the Knights would be relieved to have broken that partnership. It seemed ominous for them. Hopefully for the Knights, all that momentum maybe just stopped all that momentum that the Rhinos had.
Yes, Boingem Mhlanga breaking that partnership. As we said, someone needed to break that partnership, and Boingem Mhlanga raised his hand and he did that very exceptional. After a maiden over, starting the next over with the wicket. It will be interesting to see how Herman Rulofs approach this.
All stopped of his own bowling by Mshlanga. So the Knights would like to keep Rolfs on strike. That should be the plan, to make sure that they keep him on strike and bowl a number of dot balls to him. Uppish, but in the gap, just for 1.
Yes, I think they would want to keep Benjamin van Niekerk off the strike, as he was looking to be more of the 2 aggressive batsmen between him and Yasser Cook. Dropping the long mid on for van Niekerk.
Again, well bowled by Mshlanga. So many times commented on how well he does bowl with the older ball, and he's just seemed to have found his rhythm. Good lines, good lengths. That one is short and cut away. They're going to come back for 2. That's the 200 up for the Rhinos. 256 balls, 13 fours and 4 sixes. Driven just for 1. Yeah, other teams in the country will be watching this game with keen interest. Nyati, Garden Route Badgers, all of them in with a shout to get into that playoff matches.
And that's the end of the over to bring us to 41 overs bowled. 201 for 4 Mpumalanga Rhinos.
Johan van Dijk looks set to continue from the Loch Logan end. I think the Knights are looking for the replacement player to come onto the field. If it is going to be Ruben Maria, as we see the assistant coach making his way off the field, they want to get Ruben Maria back on, or not back on the field, but on the field to ensure that he gets to maybe even open the batting for them in the second innings. It is going to be Maria getting onto the field. Yeah, 9 overs to go. And the 42nd over will be bowled by Johan van Dijk.
Ball squeezed out to mid off for 1.
Yes, Benjamin van Niekerk moved to 78 with that 1.
Yeah, good start to the third power play for the Knights. Getting the big wicket of Yasser Cook. Mpumalanga does the work for the Knights to get that breakthrough. Breaking a partnership of 146 between Cook and Van Niekerk. And that wicket might have just slowed the momentum of the game down. Having a new batsman at the crease in the last 10 overs.
Yes, the Knights will be very happy with that. Bowling off from Mpumalanga, who has done exceptionally well today.
Clapped away there to deep square leg for 1.
His confidence will be very high. Mbongiseni Mhlanga, after getting that wicket of Yasser Cook.
Yeah, and he just looks to be more in control. No pressure on him. Bowling with the older ball. Because the pressure bowling with the new ball is only 2 out in the first power play. Chipped in the air over extra cover. There's a slight fumble from Dane Pitt. They get back for 2.
That takes Benjamin van Niekerk to 80, of which I feel that he was more of the two batsmen, more aggressive than Yasser Cook.
Yeah, they've complemented each other very well. Yasser Cook, Benjamin van Niekerk, another caught and ball opportunity, gone! Another big wicket, another big breakthrough here for the Knights. Through Joe van Dijk. Caught and ball. That's the end of Benjamin van Niekerk. 80 of 81 deliveries. 5 fours, 3 sixes. Momentum shift again in favor of the Knights with 2 wickets in the first 2 overs in the third power play. Score 205 for 5. Herman rolls in the middle. He looks like Aubrey Swanepoel joining rules in the middle. Swanepoel, former Knights player, captain, now playing in Mpumalanga. He's got a lot of experience. It's Aubrey Swanepoel. And he loves to score square of the wicket. He loves to cut the ball, pull the ball. So you don't want to give him any width.
Yes, Swanepoel would want to come into this game and play his normal game, because we are at the last power play of the match, of the inning of Mpumalanga Rhinos now, as they were well set. And they are now 205 for 5.
Pushed into the offside, just for 1.
Immediately takes a 1.
That's the end of the over. 5 runs coming from it, plus a wicket. A big wicket of Benjamin van Niekerk. 206 for 5 after 42 overs. 8 overs to go.
When you have a feeling that you have 2 new batsmen batting now, and then you just feel that the momentum has shifted to the Knights side, unlike earlier when the Mpumalanga Rhinos between Yasser Cook and Benjamin van Niekerk were batting, the Knights would have felt that we needed to do something about this partnership, and Mhlanga broke that partnership as he's bowling his last over. Mbongiseni Mhlanga
Clipped away through mid-wicket for 1.
You wouldn't mind that at all.
Yeah, Swanepoel, quite risky player. Also good hockey player as well. Straight to extra cover for no run. Another dot ball for Mhlanga. Mpumalanga Rhinos in control of this fixture for 26 overs. partnership between Cook, Van Niekerk, is sliding down the leg side. Mpumalanga. 4. Slightly over pitched in wrong line, just too straight on that occasion. Catching Mpumalanga. Rhinos another boundary. Comes from rules. Yeah, so as I explained, for 26 overs, the momentum was on the side of the Mpumalanga Rhinos. For the partnership between Cook and Van Niekerk, 146 in that partnership. Clipped away through the mid-wicket area for 1. Dane Piet does the fielding.
Well,
So as we just see a momentum shift from the third power play, the Knights are in a good position here to restrict the Mpumalanga Rhinos, which looks to score 280 at one stage. 2 balls left in this over. Walked across, just worked away for 1 to deep square leg.
Mpumalanga has taken this responsibility of bringing down the run rate. Down again. That's another dot ball. Mpumalanga bringing that to the 43rd over. 213 for 5 from Mpumalanga Rhinos. Mpumalanga bowled very well for his 10 overs. 1 for 40 in 10. That's a brilliant bowling. 4 runs to the over. 1 maiden.
Very well bowled there from Mpumalanga. Gets the big high five from Dane Piet. He's been impressed with him today. Still 7 overs to go. Tiaan van Vieren changing bowling. He's coming in on from the Lock Logan end, replacing Johan van Dijk. Left arm around the wicket to Swanepoel. Jump in the air, straight over the bowler's head. Work to do for long on. Keep it down to 2. Johan van Dijk does the fielding at long on.
While Aubrey Swanepoel looks like he's not here to waste any balls. And as correctly you were saying, Justin, he loves to play his shots, Aubrey Swanepoel. And it will be very interesting to see how he approaches this last 6 overs of the match and where they're going to end to be able to defend the total.
Yeah, and from a Knights point of view, they won't mind getting dot balls in the last phase of the game. They will be pleased with that.
Another dot ball from Tiaan van Vieren. Well, you correctly say, I mean, the Knights are not really bothered at this moment because of everything looks into their favor, and with the betting that they have, doesn't seem to show any signs of panic from them. I mean, they're playing good cricket. Their confidence is high when it's come to betting.
Coming down the wicket, pulls it. Might be 2. Good running. Yeah, Swanepoel just using his feet. Coming down the wicket. Just pull the ball just past mid-wicket for 2 runs. 2 balls to go in this over. Pulled away. Just one down to fine leg. Short again. Just pulled away down to deep square leg for one.
Well, I don't think the Knights really have a problem with this ones. As long as it's not a boundary, they are happy with the way the guys are going, especially from the bowling point of view. And that brought us to the end of the 44th over. 219 for 5 from Mpumalanga Rhinos. I will see who Jacques Sneeman brings to finish on the Wheelers end. Looks like Monde Matungu to finish up his overs. Yes, it's Monde Matungu.
Yeah, I will assume that the Mpumalanga Rhinos will most probably target this over. Kunku went for 19 in his last over.
He would want to rectify that now Monday and finishes.
Swept away in front of square. Deep square, just keeping it down to 1. Langa does the fielding.
He wouldn't want to go over 6.5 and over now, Monde Matungu, would he?
Yeah, he's got protection. 5 guys on the boundary. Deep square, deep mid wicket, long on, long off. And a sweep out on the offside. Good shot for Aubrey Swanepoel over extra covered. Good work from Pat Botha, keeping it down to 2. He had a lot of work to do to cut that ball off. And just once again, good hands from Swanepoel. He loves that extra cover area. You can't give him any width because he will hit you past point. So that sweep on the offside moves to a deep extra cover fielder. Reverse sweeps. Doesn't get any bat on that. And it's a dot ball. And it's not a bad option here from Swanepoel. You have a short third man, backward point and a cover. All up in the ring. So not a bad option. Just not being able to execute on that occasion. Cut away. And as I say that, he loves that area. Cuts away. Give himself some room. Swanepoel gets another boundary.
Yes, Aubrey Swanepoel came in and told himself that he was going to take on the bowlers. He's not going to relax and stay and look for options. The options that he came up with was that I'm going to go in and start scoring runs so that we can get a defendable target, because he knows the capabilities of the Knights when it comes to batting. Monde Matungu dropping that one shot, and then Swanepoel was on top of it for 4 at the cover, at the square cover area.
Moves around in the crease. Hits it there to that deep extra cover fielder. Just for 1. 1 ball to go in this over from Monde Matungu. Last ball of his spell. Rolls on strike. Swept through that deep square leg fielder for 1. That's the end of the 45 over. 9 runs coming from it. Score is 228 for 5 after 45. That's the end of Monde Nkunku's spell. 10 overs, 65 runs, no wickets. And he bowled 1 maiden as well. Last 5 overs of this first innings, batting innings of Mpumalanga Rhinos. Tiaan van Vieren to continue from the Loch Logan end into his 7th over. Straight over his head. 1 bounce 4. Good shot from Herman Rules. And a good start to the over. Pressure back onto Tiaan van Vieren.
Well, the Mpumalanga Rhinos batsman, Herman Rolls and Aubrey Swanepoel, they decided that we're going to take the game back into the night. We're not going to relax and let them come to us. We're going to go to them and get as much runs on the board as possible.
Cut away.
That's another,
Between deep square and fine leg, another boundary. My oh my.
That's another 4 from Herman Rulos.
Yeah, not a good line there from Van Vieren. Just staying down the leg side. Rules just helping himself to a boundary between that deep square and fine leg fielders. 8 of the first 2 balls. Slower ball, just 1. Good cricket there from Herman Rules. And both of these batsmen are going at more than runner balls, strike rate of 100 plus. And that's what you want to see in the final 5 overs.
And their run rate achieved is up to 5.2. With the partnership of 32 runs.
As we see a change in the field, finally comes back into the circle. Mid wicket drops to the boundary. So you have a deep square, deep mid wicket, long on, third man and a sweeper out on the offside. Swanepoel tried to scoop that over the keeper's head. Just get 1 in the process. Another good option from Swanepoel, just not able to execute in that occasion. If the execution were there, that would have been another boundary for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. As we see another fielding change. Third man comes back up into the circle. And your mid-off drops to long off. So both third man fine leg up in the ring. Deep square, deep mid wicket, long on, long off. And the sweep out in the offside. Rolls. Plays it down to long on. Just for 1.
Yes, it's very clear what the Mpumalanga Rhinos batsmen are trying to do now. And Jacques Neiman and Dane Pitt communicating every time to try and cut those scoring options for the Mpumalanga Rhinos batsmen. Very interesting to see. Dane Pitt talking to Tiaan van Vieren and Aubrey Swanepoel on strike.
Yeah, partnership of 34 between Rules and Swanepoel. Cut away, cut past point. Another boundary for Swanepoel. He loves that area. He's very good square of the wicket. Ends the over with another boundary. 15 runs coming from that Tiaan van Vieren over. The score 243 for 5 after 46. So last 4 overs to go. Momentum on the side of the Mpumalanga Rhinos. They would want to end off on a high in the last 4 overs.
Langa coming back into action from the Willows end to try and contain this Mpumalanga batsman. Herman Rulows and Aubrey Swanepoel. Long on out, long off out. Sweeper, deep square. Third man in on the circle. Fine leg in on the circle. And square leg in.
Full toss. Straight to deep mid wicket. Caught on the boundary. Full toss. Low full toss from Langa. Caught on the boundary. Bongim Langa does the fielding. Much needed boundary for the Knights. That brings the partnership of 38 between Rose and Swanepoel.
Langa being the man to look at again. Look up to break partnerships. Again coming back, breaking this partnership of 38 runs between Herman Rulows and Aubrey Swanepoel. Taking the wicket of Herman Rulows. Langa. Herman Rulows departs of 20 or 15 balls.
Yeah, joining Swanepoel in the middle, Gareth Dukes. He can hit a long ball. Good striker of the ball. But a good start to the 47th over from Langa. He's been the pick of the bowlers for the Knights. He's still got one more over left after this one. Busy with his 9th. Rolf out for 20 of 16 balls. Hit 3 fours in that innings.
Yes,
Langa to Dukes. Full and straight. Dot ball.
Was Langa raised his hand to say, no, I'll do it for the team. Moalusi is not here. I'll assist where Moalusi did a good job. I can also do that. And he has done it brilliantly and exceptionally very well, Justin.
Low full toss. Hit away in that mid-wicket area just for one good feeling from Mhlanga. Quick off the boundary. Cutting it off just to 1. Changing the field for Swanepoel. Long off comes back into the circle. Third man goes out. So it's a deep extra cover, deep point, and the third man, deep mid wicket and a long on for Swanepoel. Fine up in the circle. Shot to that extra cover fielder. Work to do for the captain, Jock Sneijman. Cuts it down to 2. Good fielding, good running.
Was Swanepoel looking to play his shots and putting pressure on the nice fielders.
Full and straight to middle for no run. Another dot ball, second dot ball in this 47th over. 1 ball to go. full hands wide to that extra
That would
cover
be-
area. Another boundary for Swanepoel to end the over. Very good shot. Langa too wide on that occasion.
That was executed brilliantly. Through cover drive. Beautiful shot by Aubrey Swanepoel, moving to 26. And that's the end of the 47th over, 250 for 6 Mpumalanga Rhinos.
Yeah, that brings up the 250 for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. 250 for 6 after 47 overs. 3 overs to go. Bowling change from the lock Logan in. Johan van Dijk coming back for his 8th over. He went for 13-7 with 1 wicket. The big wicket of Benjamin van Niekerk caught in bowl. Gareth Dukes to face Johan van Dijk. Johan van Dijk bowling with a deep square, deep mid wicket, long on, long off. And a sweep out on the offside. No run, straight to extra cover. Short. Another dot ball from Johan van Dijk. From the Mpumalanga Rhinos point of view, you just want Gareth Dukes to get Aubrey Swanepoel on strike. He's been striking it very well. Over extra cover. Off the back foot. Work to do there for long off, and it's another boundary. Much needed boundary again for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. That's an incredible shot there from Gareth Dukes. Off the back foot. Over extra cover. Couple of bounces for.
Yes, he would have picked his space to say, this is where I'm going to play the next ball that comes on this area. You want to see batsmen playing their shots, especially at this time of the innings, where you want to put on defendable target. Justin.
Short. Pulled away. Work to do for deep square leg, and he does exceptionally well there. Pat Water has been fielding well today. Another 2 runs. There from the backward deep square area. We have fine leg, third man up in the ring, so he had work to do. Two balls to go. Gareth Dukes over extra cover, one hand, and that's a 6. Beautiful shot. As I say, he's a clear striker of the ball, is Gareth Dukes. He can hit a long ball, and we just saw that again. Very good shot over extra cover for 6. 12 runs so far in this over. 1 ball to go. Van Dijk to Dukes. Clipped away. Work to do for deep square, but it's 4. Another boundary.
Massive over here for Mpumalanga. 16 coming off it. And run rate achieved going up to the 5.5 mark, and the total to 266 with 2 more overs to go.
Beautiful shot there from Dukes. Good wrist there. Good hands.
Both these batters batting at well above 120 strike rate. Dukes almost a 200 strike rate. And a lot of momentum again for the Rhinos. Its partnership now worth 23.
Yeah, run rate achieved 5.6. Couple of overs back, it was at 5. So momentum on the side of the Mpumalanga Rhinos. 2 overs to go. Langa into his final over. Went for 38 in 9. Picked up 3 wickets. It's been the pick of the bowlers for the Knights, as we mentioned. Last over for Langa. Oh, scooped away. Fine leg up in the ring. 4 runs off the first ball.
Good awareness there from the experienced Aubrey Swanepoel. Knows that with fine leg up, that's a boundary option right there. Creates the shot for him to get that ball past that short fine leg for 4.
Yeah, Langa still bowling with it. Third man, deep point, deep extra cover fielder. Aubrey Swanepoel setting up outside off stump. It's outside half of the bat. There's protection at third man. Good fielding. Keeping it down to 1.
Swanepoel looking to come back for the second, but knows that Van Dijk, good arm, gets the ball in, keeps it down to 1. Dukes going at 200 strike rate at the moment, on strike for the third ball in this penultimate Langa over.
Swept away. Well played by Dukes. Square leg up in the ring. Swept away for 4.
Innovative shot from Dukes. Again, also identifying where the open spaces are and the fielders are up. Excellent innovation.
Yeah, not a very good line to bowl. If you have a third man, deep point and a deep extra cover.
And that's the short boundary as well. And you've just got to question the tactics here from the Knights and the execution from Langa. Ideally, at this stage, you'd like him to hit you through that offside area, which is the longer boundary. And his line's just letting him down at the moment. Only protection out on the leg side is your long on and your deep mid wicket. And as we say that, Lane Pitt asks one of these offside fielders to come up into the circle, and he's going to drop himself out to that deep square leg position. So 3 fielders out at the moment: deep square, deep mid wicket, and a long on, and then a deep backward point and a long off. Oh, he's going to go big. That's a maximum. Deep square leg out, but he goes over that deep square leg for 6. You've got to question the plans and the execution here from the Knights.
Yeah, not the best of lines from Langa. He's bowling to the shorter side of the ground. Massive hit from Gareth Dukes.
Yeah, and even with that line and with that fine leg up, you're just asking for trouble.
Exceptional hitting here from the Mpumalanga Rhinos. 31 runs in the last 8 balls. Over extra cover. Another boundary. Beautiful hitting here from the Mpumalanga Rhinos. Gareth Dukes. 31 of 11.
I don't like the plans here from the Knights. 3 fielders out on the leg side. They've huge gap over that extra cover, and they've actually bowled to that area. It's a slower ball, but Dukes, good enough, waits for it and it dispatches it over extra cover for another boundary. He's now going at a strike rate of almost 300.
35 runs of 8 balls. And another innovative shot over short third man for 4.
All the momentum going the Rhinos' way. 1 over to go, 289 for 6. Gareth Dukes is playing a beautiful little cameo here.
23 runs coming off that penultimate over of 39 runs in 10 balls. Exceptional year from the Mpumalanga Rhinos. Gareth Dukes 35 of 12. Swanepoel 31 of 19.
Yeah, this partnership now 46. Excellent partnership between these two. And for the Rhinos, a lot of momentum for the Rhinos. This total now looking more likely to be closer to 300. We spoke about it earlier on and we said more or less 280 from the 40 over mark. We felt that if they batted at about 8 runs and over, they would get to that 280 mark. They're way past that already. They got 289 on the board with 1 over to go. Inside edge. Beats the fielder, Maria, down on the spine leg boundary. Another boundary to the Rhinos.
And that brings up the 50 partnership between Gareth Dukes, Aubrey Swanepoel of just 18 balls. Run rate achieved 6.0 at the moment. This has been a good finish to the innings.
Over extra cover. Aubrey Swanepoel, you beauty.
Off the back foot, over extra cover for 4.
Clears that front foot, off the back foot. Aubrey Swanepoel showing that there's still a lot of life left in him. Always been a bit of a thorn in the Knights' flesh whenever they played against him. And again, involved in a partnership here with 54 at the moment with Gareth Dukes. 8 coming off the first 2 balls of the last over. Oh, it's over that short third man. It's going to run away. Chased by the 2 fielders who manages to cut that off. They're going to come back for 2. Bongim Shlanga had the legs to make sure that didn't cross the boundary rope. 299. The Knights will have to score 300 plus on this wicket to win this match. Pulled away, man underneath it, he's taken it. Excellent catch by Patrick Botha, running in from that deep square leg boundary, getting his hands to that one. But a lot of damage done here by Aubrey Swanepoel. 41 of 23 balls. He departs 6 boundaries in this knock from Aubrey Swanepoel. If you look at that scorecard, 17 runs scored behind the wicket with that wagon wheel. Job done for Aubrey Swanepoel as he makes way.
Very, very good period here for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. 49 runs in their last 13 balls. Applause from the dugout. Boss Swanepoel, he's done an exceptional job. 41 of 23 balls. 2 balls to go in this first innings.
John Anderson makes his way to the middle. Memory serves, think he started his cricket off in the northwest. Stand to be corrected. But that's a wicket also for Johan van Dijk. He's picked up 2 so far in this innings. Conceded 56 runs in his spell. He's got 2 more balls to bowl as we see fine leg coming up in the ring. Field suggests can't leave the wicket, it's a slower ball. Bowls it into the wicket. Pulled away. Should only be 1. Pat Botha is a good fielder. He gets to it. Make sure that he keeps it down to 1. 300 up for the Rhinos. 310 balls, 27 fours and 6 boundaries. They're going at a rate of 6 and over. Gareth Dukes, the dangerous Gareth Dukes, will be facing the last ball. Van Dijk wants his square leg to go behind square. Should only be just a single, just a leg by, I suppose, and the umpire signals leg by. That's the end of the innings. 301 for 7. The Mpumalanga Rhinos. The Knights will have it all to do when they come back on a good wicket. And Jacques Snyman, a lot will depend on him. Cole Abrams replaced by Ruben Maria. The two of them most likely to open the batting. As we see the players making their way off the field. The Knights, it's been a tough day at the office for the Knights bowlers. And they will have it all to do when they come back. See you after the break.
I'll be back after lunch. Mpumalanga Rhinos scoring 301 for 7 in their 50 overs. Exceptional batting in the last 10 overs, scoring 104 runs in the last 10.
Yeah, so as expected, Jacques Neyman to open the batting with the replacement, Ruben Maria, who's had to come in for Cole Abrams. First runs on the board for the Knights.
Heinrichsen to start these innings for the Mpumalanga Rhinos from the Willows end. Yeah, Jacques Neyman, Ruben Maria. In their last fixture, they put up a partnership of 119 for the opening stand. And that's what the Knights would want to require again today. Stuck into that square leg area for one. Maria off strike.
Nice shape away from the right-handed Snyman. John Heinrichsen getting some movement away.
Yeah, beautiful delivery there from Heinrichsen. And with that delivery, a change in the field, put in an extra second slip. Took out the cover, put him in the second slip. Two straight on that occasion, 4. Good shot there from good balance from Jacques Neyman.
Yeah, looking at that again, Snyman too good to miss out on his legs. Excellent balance. Through square leg for 4.
Another dot ball. Ball just pushed straight to the bowler for no run. Runs coming from that ball.
Yeah, Aubrey Snyman setting after that like a 20-year-old. Good work by him. Managed to keep that down to 2. In fact, it was Yasser Cook, the youngster, hauling that in. But a good over for the Knights nonetheless. And what we spoke about earlier was actually a good wicket. And with Jacques Snyman in the form that he is in, the Rhinos would like to see the back of him early.
Gareth Dukes played an exceptional hand with the bat for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. He's having a new ball in hand from the Lock Logan end. And he normally takes the ball away from the right-hander. He gets good away shape. Short, caught at mid-wicket. First wicket down for the Knights.
And it's a big one, that of Jacques Snyman. We just mentioned how important his wicket will be for the Rhinos, and that's a big, big blow for the Knights.
Yeah, soft dismissal there from Snyman. On any other day, you would have put that away for 4 or 6. But on this occasion, he hit the ball straight to mid wicket. Snyman goes for 8 of 6 balls. Only 1 boundary in his innings. Next batter in is Patrick Botha. Knights having 2 left-handers at the crease. Just the start, the Mpumalanga Rhinos are after getting a wicket here in the first power play.
And Gareth Dukes, who did a lot of damage with the bat towards the back end of the innings for the Rhinos, is going to continue and bowl his second ball from the Loch Logan end. Successful day for him so far.
He normally brings the ball back into the left hander and away from the right hander. He normally gets good shape on the ball, wrist behind it. So he's bowling with a deep square in the third man out. You will just feel that the momentum was once again on the side of the Mpumalanga Rhinos on the way they ended their batting innings and the way they started with the ball. There's just one down to third man for Pat Botha. He's off the mark. It's more than just the runnable. 292 needed of 290 balls. The Knights already down. Wicket of Jock Snyman. Just a change in the field. The skipper putting himself at second slip. Deep square comes up to mid wicket, and then fine leg drops back on the boundary. So third man, fine leg out.
Oh, almost played on. Ruben Maria, fortunate there.
Ruben Maria striking good form. Got a half century in the previous game against the Eastern Storm. Originally not in the starting 11 today. Cole Abrams not being able to field and to bat. Ruben Maria is his replacement. Deep square out for Patrick Botha. Slight fumble there, mid-off. That's the end of the over. 3 runs coming from it, with the wicket of Jacques Snyman, the first ball of the second over. So the score is 12 for 1 after 2. Heinrichsen to continue from the Willows end. Slight appeal there from the fielder at extra cover. No signal from the umpire, so it's a dot ball. Heinrichsen also bringing the ball back into the left-hander and away from the right-hander. It's a wide.
That time around, just going across the left-hander. He's got that ability. Good start here from Mpumalanga. Just what the doctor ordered for them. Early wickets.
Cover drive, beautifully played through that extra cover area. Work to do for the fielder, and he does well to keep it down just for 3 runs.
Yeah, Karabo Mkhotsi holding that in 10 centimeters most probably just from the boundary. But a good shot there from Patrick Botha. So you see Mkhotsi doing good work there to keep that in the field of play. Excellent timing from Botha.
He didn't try to overhit that ball. Good timing, good balance. Another leg by. Yeah, the Knights would be hoping to get a good partnership between Botha and Maria. We saw a massive partnership between Yasser Cook, Benjamin van die Kerk for 146. Another wide. Once again you see that shape into the right hand, into the left hander. Just a line on that occasion, just off from the bowler. Much better length from Heinrichsen. Good line as well. Just on that off stump ball, shaping back into the left hander. Again, good bowling. Just the one there to the mid wicket area.
So there's two left-handers in the middle for the Knights. It's interesting that Pat Botha made his way out. He's batted 5 or 6 this season for the Knights, but he's the more experienced player out there.
Off the back foot, just past that extra cover area. Good fielding. Keeps it down to 2. Twala doing the fielding. Now 10 runs coming from that over. 22 for 1 after 3. Run a ball needed here for the Knights. 280 runs needed of 282 deliveries. Good batting wicket here at the Mangaung Oval. So both of these batsmen will want to get
Taken! That's the end of Ruben Maria.
Gareth Dukes with his second wicket. Got a wicket of the first ball in his previous over, and he does it again.
Dukes continues his good work. He's got 2 big wickets here, and the Mpumalanga Rhinos in firm control of this match.
Yeah, the Knights under pressure. 22 for 2. The in-form Rowan Haasbroek coming through the crease. This is the partnership the Knights will look to get a big one. In next, Seth Vleermaus, Tian van Vieren, he will be the all-rounder. Dane Piet, Johan van Dijk. So this is an important partnership here for the Knights. Rowan Haasbroek 94 not out in the last game against the Eastern Storm. Gareth Dukes to continue from the Loch Logan end. Third man fine leg out. Only one slip. Run down to third man for 1. Haasbroek gets off the mark. The outside edge once again to third man for 1. Yeah, I think it will be important for the Knights just to bet time these two to get themselves in
That's a good wicket, and we saw what the partnership did for the Rhinos when Van Niekerk was batting with Cook.
The inside edge there to find net for one. Short ball. Another dot. That's the end to the over. Successful one. And 3 runs conceded from Gareth Dukes. 25 for 2 after 4. Run rate required is at 6.0. The run rate achieved at this moment is 6.2. So these two just need to bat for a long period of time here. Get themselves in. Build a partnership to take this game as deep as they can. Heinrichsen to continue from the Willows end. He will be bowling to Rowan Hasbrook. You saw the good away shape, away movement he gets with this new ball. Again, good area. Outside half of the bat. Run down to third man for 1. And we saw this with the Mpumalanga Rhinos innings as well. They got off to a slowish start, but they picked it up here at the back end of the game. That third power play, being able to score 104 runs in 60 balls.
Yeah, with wickets in hand, obviously that is always possible. Backwater just at times does seem like his head's maybe going too far offside. He's got to be careful. It's been out, especially to the spinners, a couple of times LBW this season. Looking to play at times maybe too square. Hasbrook has been in good form this season, coming off 90 odd not out against the Eastern Storm. And the only concern, or not only concern, but another concern for the Knights is that I feel that they are batter short. If you look at that batting lineup, so a lot will depend on the top 5 batters to get them close to this total, if not over the line.
Yeah, from a Knights point of view, they're still in this game. Only needing 276 of 274 deliveries. The wicket column will be concerning, but the longer these two guys bat out, just getting their eye in, get a good feel of the wicket, the pace of the wicket, and they've experienced enough to get the Knights over the line. Pulled away for 4. Beautiful shot from Patrick Botha.
And just and that's the risk that you run if you the type of bowler that Heinrichsen is, coming around the wicket. Just too straight. And Botha dispatches that behind square and past the left of that deep square leg.
Yeah, and the Rhinos playing with a wideish mid on, so Patrick Botha needs to look straight if the ball is full. We've mentioned at times he tends to just go too square, look to score in that square leg area. It's the end of the over, 5 runs coming from it. 30 for 2 after 5.
5 overs gone, and the Mpumalanga Rhinos in a very strong position here. Dukes to continue. He's picked up both his wickets. The wicket of Snyman as well as that of Maria. Driven straight to that cover fielder by Asbrook.
Yeah, 2 quick wickets falling for the Knights. And Mpumalanga Rhinos will feel that they are on top of this game, Rafiq.
Yeah, good discipline, especially here from Dukes. I recall him as a schoolboy cricketer, playing in the KZN England team with players like De Pavillon. Driven again, straight into the covers.
But he's bowling that full length to see if he cannot get another wicket or 2 into those cover areas.
Oh, that one came back. Missed the off stump by a whisker. Good skill here from Gareth Dukes.
I don't think Ruan thought that ball was going to come back that much.
Yeah, not good judgment there from Asbrook. A skillful bowler, Gareth Dukes.
That ball nipped back.
Outside edge. Might have just dropped short of that slip fielder. Again, not a good shot. If you look at it, it just seemed like he was looking to open the face of the bat, and with that slip fielder in place, you're asking for trouble.
That wouldn't be a good shot to play. Trying to run it down to the third man. That's a maiden over for Mpumalanga Rhinos. 30-42 after 6 overs.
Excellent stuff by the Rhinos.
Gareth Dukes, a maiden over. As I said before, Mpumalanga Rhinos will feel that they are on top of this game, on top of the Knights. After Gareth Dukes produced their 2 wickets for them. And he seems in control, follow up with the maiden over.
You're going to see a change in bowling from the Willow's End. Anderson conceded 23 of his first 3 overs. He's going to be replaced by Herman Rolfs, former SA under 19 cricketer. Just evading Rolfs. Just past his left hand. But they managed to come through for a single.
as you mentioned earlier, Rafik, Mpumalanga Rhinos, they'll have to go for this match because they stand a chance to qualify. So it's very important for them to win this one.
Yeah.
Another one
Did
tapping
that
short of
one-
the first.
Yeah, just short, and again, Rhinos the whole time in the game.
The Rhinos, they would feel they're in the game at this point in time, and they would feel like they need to just keep the momentum going up and up and up.
Pulled away again. Should only be 2. Now coming back for the second. Top shot there by Patrick Botha. It's going to go away for 4.
It's a great shot by Patrick Botha for 4 on the onside. Last ball of Herman Roos going for 4. 38 for 2 after 7 overs the Knights. That's a beautiful shot of the offside, on the onside by Patrick Botha.
$38 for 2. Knights need a partnership.
Gareth Dukes continue from the Lochlogan end. In his 4th over, Gareth Dukes. That's another dot ball for Gareth Dukes.
Driven straight to that cover fielder. Excellent fielding done by Mohamed Mayet. He mentions, keep on coming back to saying that this game is never lost, just need a partnership. Oh, and he's bowled him. Middle stump out of the ground. A massive blow for the Knights. 3 down in the 8th over. And that's a big wicket. Gareth Dukes can do nothing wrong today. He's got the ability to get the ball to nip back at the right-handers. And he's picked up his 3rd wicket. If we have another look at that. Oh, beautiful delivery from Gareth Dukes. Again, just almost looked like he got stuck in the crease. Rowan Haasbroek departs. And the new batter making his way to the middle is the young Seth Friedemhaus. Money firmly on the Mpumalanga Rhinos at the moment. And the other thing that they will be eyeing with in such a commanding position, they'll be looking to get a bonus point in this match, because that could almost ensure them a home playoff match and leave all the other teams to fight out for that extra spot.
Well, Rafik Gareth has bowled so beautiful this afternoon. He's got that ball that comes back into the right-hander, and that is the ball that is the most dangerous. Remember, in that past over, more or less the same ball Hasbrook played, and in fact he left the ball not just in the right line, and this time they more or less the same ball pulled him out, middle step out of the ground. Beautiful bowling by Gareth Dukes. 3 for 6 now in 3.4 overs. Gareth Dukes.
Rhinos getting another slip in place. Can afford to attack here. 2 slips. Deep square leg comes into the circle. Fine leg goes out in the third man.
I think they're going for that bonus point. Another maiden over from Gareth Dukes. This one is a maiden wicket with the wicket of Ruan Hasbrook. Gareth Dukes, 3 overs, 4 overs, 6 runs and 3 wickets to his name. 38 for 3 the Knights after 8 overs. It will be an interesting one to see how the Knights come back from this. Rafik?
Yeah, I'm afraid to say a lot of damage done. I almost cannot see them coming back from this position. Somebody needs to play a massive innings here.
Yes, the Rhinos would fancy their chances now to win this one with the bonus point. And get that home match.
Upish, gone!
Another wicket fall.
That is the end of Patrick Botha. Herman rolls a strike. He's got the big wicket here. I'm afraid to say could be game over here for the Knights.
Yes, Rafik, Rhinos are in control, definitely in control of this match at this point in time. As you correctly said earlier, seems like the Knights don't have a way to come back. And as we were discussing earlier today, they might need 1 or 2 batsmen.
Yeah, just Pat Botha looking to play, almost playing down the wrong line there and getting that thick outside edge, getting caught in that point position. He departs, and 38 for 4. As I mentioned earlier on, I felt that the Knights were better short. They are in deep trouble here, as we see Tian van Vieren making his way to the middle.
At this point in time, the Knights need a very, very strong partnership to take them forward in the situation they are in now. 38 for 4. after 8.2 overs. Pat Potter goes for 18. And now Tian van Vuren to face Herman Rolosa from Welos End. That deep wicket, mid wicket comes into the mid wicket area.
Gone past the outside edge of Tian van Vuren. Norman, I cannot see the Knights getting back from this. I think the damage is done.
I agree with you, Rafiki. It's going to be very interesting to see how they approach this. Another dot ball.
You mentioned that 5 teams before the start of this match still in with a shout of getting into that playoffs. A bonus point win here for the Mpumalanga Rhinos would not just maybe ensure them a place, but maybe even a home playoff, depending on what happens in some of the other matches.
That's the end of the 9th over, 38 for 4. And that's a maiden wicket, second one in a row for Rhinos. And as you say, Rafik, it will be very, very difficult for the Knights to come back on this one.
22, this bonus point win here will take them to 22. And the only team that can go past them will be the Nyati, because they're also on 17, and if they can get a bonus point win in their next match, it'll mean that the playoff will take place in East London.
Two runs for List. Nice.
Go through for a quick single.
That's why the Knight has been strong on those ones and twos, turning ones into twos. This time around, taking a 1 to mid wicket. They still need 260 more runs to win this one.
Yeah, a long way out from that. And you see that ball moving away from the right-hander, so Gareth Dukes has got the ability to get the ball to move both ways, and he was all over Ruan Haasbroek, as we saw. Haasbroek not knowing whether it was going out or coming in.
I think that's the danger that Gareth Dukes can do to this team, swinging ball both ways.
off the legs straight to mid wicket. Again, some movement away, but well left by Tiaan van Vieren.
The scary part is how many of those that's going away from the batsman, how many of those does he bowl? And then he suddenly brings that one back, that nips back. That's where Gareth Dukes for me is very dangerous.
That's the end of the power play, end of the 10th over. 41 for 4 the Knights. Gareth Dukes 3 for 9 in his 5 at the moment. Man of the moment, played an absolutely superb and with a bat, and he's continued that with the bowling. Umpire signals start of the second power play. 4 players allowed out, but with the Rhinos in such a dominant position, they're going to keep on attacking with that 2 slips, just the third man and fine leg out, just the 2 players out. They can afford that, and they're going for the kill.
This shows how confident they are right now. They feel they have this game in their hand, so they don't want to let it go. They still are taking this nice batting order. It's another dot ball to Herman.
Thick outside edge, just short of that second slip. Excellent bowling here from these 2 Mpumalanga Rhinos bowlers. Rolfs and Dukes asking a lot of questions here of these Knights batters.
Looks like Seth Mouse doesn't move his feet as he would want to move. He's not sure whether he should go forward or whether he should play inside the crease. A 4th dot ball from Herman Rose.
Again, Fledermaus doing well to keep that out.
The Mpumalanga Rhinos, they feel very confident at this point in time. They're going up. They are very, very mobile on the field.
This one's going to go through the 4, past that point fielder, beats the point fielder. It's It's going to go away for boundary for the Knights and for Seth Vledemouse.
That's a beautiful 4 for Vledemouse. 4 of the last over of Herman Rulofse. 11 overs gone. 45 for 4, the Knights. And it seems like Gareth Dukes is still continuing from the Loch Logan end. Dukes bowled 5 overs for 9 runs and 3 wickets under his name.
Yeah, and he's earned the right to continue bowling, having picked up and doing all that damage, picked up that 3 wickets and doing all that damage. Past the outside edge again.
That's good bowling from Dukes. Very good bowling from Gareth Dukes. Beating the outside edge this time around. Another dot ball.
Yeah, a lot of hard work lying ahead, yeah. At run rate achieved at the moment, just under the 4 mark. They need to go at 6.7 from here on in. And you know for a fact that that 6.7 will just increase and become more as we go along.
They're throwing everything at this nice team. The Rhinos. Fielding is spot on, bowling is spot on. Shows how important this game is to them.
Upish, but past that mid-on fielder. It's going to run away for 4. Another boundary for the Knights.
Yes, for the last ball again. Pardon me, second last ball. Gareth Dukes bowling a bit fuller there. And Tian van Vuren helping himself with that one.
That's the end of the 11th. 49 for 4. In fact, the end of the 12th. 49 for 4.
Herman Rulofse set to continue from the Willows end. Few spectators around. That'll be called a wide on the leg side.
Yeah, an exceptional start here for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. Just the start they would have wanted. 50 comes up for the Knights with that wide. just from a Knight's point of view, you want to kind of counter attack here. You don't want to be too defensive. You don't want to let the game get away from you. Short, pulled away into that square leg area just for 2.
Yes, Justin, this is not the familiar side for the night. They would have wanted to put on more foot on that pedal.
Yeah, this is the last recognized batting partnership, if you want to call it that, between Seth Vleermouse and Tiaan van Vieren. Both of them can definitely bat.
That will be a leg bye. And signal the leg bye. I don't think the Rhinos minds those singles, those ones. I think they are quite happy with the way things are going now. That's the end of the 30th over. 53 for 4. The Knights. Seth Vleermouse 9 runs. Tiaan van Vieren 4. And the partnership is 15 runs between the two of them. Gareth Dukes to continue.
Yeah, the way he's been bowling, he's earned the right to get another extra 2 overs in. And as a captain, if he can continue, why not? 3 for 13 in 6 overs. 1 down to third man. Yeah, from a Knight's point of view, they would still want to show their intent to score. Don't want to get too defensive. Don't want the game to get away from you even further. So 248 needed of 221 balls. Run rate required is 6.7 and the run rate achieved is 4.1. Now beating the outside edge again. After the first power play, the teams were even in terms of runs. The Knights were 41 for 4. Mpumalanga Rhinos 43 for 1. That's the difference at this moment, is the loss of wickets in that first power play. Push the ball there to middle for no run.
It'll be very interesting to see the approach of the Knights now from this point in time, Justin. As you correctly said, is more or less more recognized batsmen that are batting now. That's another dot ball.
Yeah, Tian van Vieren definitely has the capabilities to bat long and to score 100. I think he scored 100 on SAA level, which means he has the potential to do that. There's still a lot of time in this fixture. Once again, good over from Gareth Dukes, just one run coming from it. 54 for 4 after 14.
Are we going to see Dukes coming back again? It's a big question. He's got 3 overs left. No discussion between him and the captain. I think he would be saying, give me one more, then you can keep the 2 for later if necessary.
I think just from a captaincy point of view, I will give him his 10. I will give him his 10. He's done the job. Still a lot of bowling options as well for the Mpumalanga Rhinos.
And Tetelo Mapaka is coming in.
Yeah, left arm spinner. Starting with a sweeper out on the offside, a long off, and a deep mid wicket in front of square. There's no deep square leg in. Cut away to point for no run.
He would have watched the other 2 spinners, left arm spinners from the night side. Monde Matungu and Mpumalanga. That's a better ball. It's a misfield for 1. The backward point.
Yeah, very good delivery, well played by Seth Vledemus to get 1. Just in front of point. Slip comes out for Tian van Vieren. Comes into that extra cover catching position. Beating the outside edge. Napaka bowling with a short fine leg, deep mid wicket. Mid wicket long, on goes out as well. Played for 1 down to long off. Napaka's got good control.
Yes, he's putting it up there. Not giving a batsman a room to go back.
Very good start there from Mapaka. 3 runs coming from his first over. 57 for 4 after 15. At the same stage, the Mpumalanga Rhinos were 56 for 3. The Knights 57 for 4. Very close comparison. This is where the game shifted into the momentum of the Mpumalanga Rhinos with that 146 run partnership between Yasser Cook and Benjamin van die Kerk. Again, the Knights provide something similar, and as I said, Gareth used to continue from the lock Logan and into his 8th over.
Yes, the Rhinos batted very well towards the end to get the score to over 300 runs. Can the Knights produce the same results? We'll see about that.
Yeah, the run rate required slightly climbed to 7.0, and at the moment the run rate achieved 3.8. Another dot from Dukes. He's been exceptional today. 7.2 overs, 14 runs, 3 wickets.
That is very good bowling. Very good bowling by Dukes.
One down to the sweep boundary on the offside. Gareth Dukes, he did bowl, and he's still bowling very well. But I think the Knights are allowing him to settle in into his length. Good shot straight. Feel they got a hand to it. Coming back for the third. Like I said, Gareth Dukes, he's been bowling well, but the Knights is just let him bowl to them. No one upset his line or length. Maybe using the crease, using his feet. I think that's where Gian Clute is so good. Up front, against the new ball. He's making use of the crease. Standing outside the crease as well.
Yes, this Knights batsman, they let Dukes bowl as he wishes. But I think again, what makes him a bit difficult to play against is that he's got ability to swing both in and out. So you have to know and you have to anticipate which one to play to get him away.
But I think just from a consistency point of view, you know more or less where he's going to land the ball because he's quite consistent. So I think if you can get into that area and upset that length, run out opportunity, that's close. That's close. That's the end of the over. 5 runs coming from it. 62 for 4 after 16.
Yes, he has been consistent, Dukes. It will be interesting to see if he's going to finish the 10th over. He bowled 9 overs, 19 runs, 3 wickets, 8 overs, 19 runs, 3 wickets.
At some point in time, the Knights would want to just get a counter attack going. Just put some pressure back onto the Mpumalanga Rhino bowlers. Now that one staying low a bit. Mapaka attacking the stumps. He's not leaving the stumps. Every ball is on the stumps, as you can see there, on that middle stump line. And his length is still consistent. Bowling that fuller length. Again, Slightly given a bit of width, but got away with it. Ball played to the backward point fielder.
Yes, Tetelo wouldn't mind that at all. He wouldn't really mind that because of now he's bowling quite.
Half a chance there for the mid-on fielder. Ball just bounced in front of him. That's the fourth dot ball. Mouse might be feeling a bit of pressure. Not getting the ball away. Long on goes out now. Driven. 1-2 that sweep on the offside.
Tetelo would have a very big confidence now because of not any one of those two batsmen are taking the game into him. He's bowling with confidence and he bowls where he wants to bowl, as you see with his consistency. That's another dot ball.
Another good over from Mpaka. Just one run coming from it. 63 for 4 after 17 overs. And that brings us to our first drinks break in the night's batting innings.
Welcome back to the Mangaung Oval, the match summary. So far, Flexbrands Knights 63 for 4 after 17 overs. Patrick Botha out on 18. Jacques Neyman 8. And the Mpumalanga Rhinos would feel that they have this game in their pocket. It will be interesting to see the approach of the Knights from this. onwards. Change of ball in from the Lochlogan end. John Hendrickson replacing Gareth Dukes, who bowled pretty well in the first spell. Of this ninth inning. Bowled 8 overs, 19 and 3 wickets. That's the best dot ball from Hendrickson.
Mouse chasing a wide one. Clipped away. No one will get that. That's 4. Much needed boundary here for the Knights. They wouldn't mind how they come. Slightly back of a length from Innings. Another dot ball. Cut away with an offer. Pass point for 4. Another boundary in this over for Seth Vleermouse. It might just be the confidence the Knight needed. 2 boundaries in this over.
Yes, Seth Vleermouse will take any opportunity given to score those runs.
Clipped away to mid-on for 1. That's the end of the over. 9 runs coming from it. A good over after the first drinks break here for the Knights in their batting innings.
Yes, they would back themselves to play a bit of shorts. And not just sit back and look at the bowlers to come to them. They would have to take the game into their opponents as well. The Mpumalanga to continue.
Another 1 down to
That's
sweep a
good
boundary.
Doesn't mind that Mpumalanga.
Once again a good start here for Mapaka. Like I said, he likes to attack the stumps. There again. On that off stump, middle and off stump line. The way straight to cover for no run. Swept away, close. LBW shot given.
Gonna be given.
That looks close. Good
As you
shot from the bowler.
As you said, Justin, the Teloma Parker are taking those wickets. I mean, it makes it difficult for you as a batsman to play against the spin. He has bowled exceptionally well up to this far, the Teloma Parker, and he got the reward for that.
Tian van Vieren departs for 28 deliveries.
73 for 5 the Knights. As I was about to say, Tetoloma Parker, it makes it difficult with his pace to take him away. Let's look at that again. That is plumb. That is in front of the wicket. That is plumb, Tetoloma Parker.
Dane Piet joins Seth Vleermouse in the middle at the score 73 for 5.
Tatelo Mapaka, obviously the brother of Kwena Mapaka, making his own name out here today. Got the big wicket of Van Vieren, and the Knights in all sorts of trouble. Dane Piet, who hasn't bowled as we said today, coming out to bat, taking his guard. Mapaka has got his tail up.
Yeah, he's bowling with very, very good control. And just with the way the field is set, you want that batsman to sweep. There's no one at deep square leg. They only have a deep mid wicket. And as we mentioned, he's attacking the stumps. He's not leaving the stumps a lot. Much deserved wicket for Mapaka.
Now we've seen in this game that extraordinary things happen, but I cannot see the Knights coming back from this, and surely think that this will secure a playoff spot for the Rhinos. The only question for now is whether it's going to be good enough for them to get into the home playoff, and the only team that can surpass them will be the Inyati. Hendrickson back in the attack. Second over from the Loch Logan end. Now we spoke during the week, Justin, about how impressed we were with the discipline and of the Eastern Cape and Yati bowling attack, and I have to say that this Mpumalanga bowling attack has also offered some good skill, and very impressed with the way they went about their business as well.
Yes, we normally speak about that consistency from the bowlers. They've been very good this morning, this afternoon. Very, very disciplined bowling. One side of the wicket.
Yeah, my old mate Gerard Vosloo, part of the coaching staff at the Mpumalanga Rhinos. Good man, Gerard Vosloo. And this, even though the Knights have qualified for the final, still be some worrying signs out here. Just in the way that they performed today, and if you think about momentum and confidence that they take into that final, we saw them coming back and bouncing back after that loss against the Badgers.
Pulled away to the fine leg area for one.
And the only consolation for them today is that their two best bowlers in this competition is not necessarily, either one has not played, that's Malusi Siboto, and the other one hasn't bowled a ball. That's Dane Pitt. That's the end of 20th over, 76 for 5.
Yeah, Mpumalanga Rhinos using 4 bowlers today, and they haven't tried anything different. Just keeping it simple, getting a ball in a good area, forcing the Knights to make the mistake, and it paid off for them thus far. With the score 76 for 5 after 20 overs. Mapaka to continue from the Willows end. Good stop there from Aubrey Swanepoel at backward point. Well played by Seth Vleeremaus. That's another 4.
Vleeremaus punching back here. Good opportunity for him to also show his ability. Might be just fighting a losing cause. We also received the sad news this morning, Justin. One of our umpires, Ayanda Sikiwiya, has passed away sadly this morning.
Yeah, very sad for the Free State, losing another umpire. One of the experienced umpires here in the Free State. A good servant of the game. May his soul rest in peace.
Yeah, sad news indeed. The passing of Ayanda, and our sincere condolences to his friends and family and the Free State cricket fraternity at large. Over that, but man underneath it, and he's taken. Thought it cleared the fielder, who was about 20 yards off the fence. But that's the end of Seth Vleeremaus. Good catch taken there by Musa Twala. It was about 20 to 30 yards off the fence, and I thought Vleeremaus got enough on it to get over his head, but that's the end of Vleeremaus. Out for 31.
Yeah, very good hand played by Seth Vleeremaus. 31 of 41 deliveries. Unfortunately not enough to get the Knights over the line. Still a long way for the Knights. But one would feel that the Mpumalanga Rhinos has got this one in the bag. Only needing 4 more wickets.
And another wicket for the left arm spin of Tetelo Mapaka. Johan van Dijk, the new batter, making his way to the middle. Good catch. Tracking back. Twala.
Yeah, the Rhinos well on course for a bonus point victory if they get that 4 wickets before the 36 over. Yeah, the other teams that's in contention for that playoff would have won the Knights to win this game to give them a equal opportunity to get into that playoffs.
Yeah, I'm talking about that. Ah, that's close. That is close.
Impact outside the line, I think, but a very good shot nonetheless.
It'd be very interesting to have another look at that. Oh, now outside the line. Almost looked like an arm ball.
Very good skills there from Mapaka, well bowled.
And we spoke about teams pushing for that playoff positions, and the Eastern Storm at the moment chasing 228, 134 for 2 in 19 overs. So clearly they're looking to get a bonus point in that match. They're on 13 at the moment. So a bonus point win will take them up to 18, which would mean that they are in that playoff positions. But we know that the Nyati still to play tomorrow, and also the SWD badges. So at least they're giving themselves a chance. Anything can happen. If the Nyati loses or the SWD badges loses, that would mean that Eastern Storm could find themselves in that playoff position.
Aubrey Swanepoel from the Loch Logan end.
Aubrey's played a good hand today with the bat. Excellent partnership towards the death, giving them the Mpumalanga Rhinos a lot of momentum.
Yeah, a lot of teams would have wanted the Knights to win the game, which will put Mpumalanga.
Did he take that?
Brilliant catch from Aubrey Swanepoel, just like Gareth Dukes. He can't do anything wrong today.
Yeah, there's still some life in the old man yet.
We need to have another look at that. Spectacular court and bowl catch from Aubrey Swanepoel. He enjoyed that.
Having a look at that. Oh, Aubrey Swanepoel. What a spectacular catch. Stuck out his right hand, diving to his right. And that ball stuck. If it's your day, it's your day. Swanepoel, Dukes. It's a whole match set up by that excellent partnership between Yasser Cook and Benjamin van Niekerk. Swanepoel and Dukes putting the cherry on top of the cake with a bat. And the two of them finishing the Knights off here at Mangaung Oval. As we see the new batter making his way to the crease with a score on 82 for 7, Sitembile Langa. Either a big wake-up call here for the Knights before the final, or a confidence blow going into that final.
Yeah, and it can go both ways for the Knights. We saw how they reacted after a loss against the Garden Route Badgers. I mean, one advantage they might have is they played in 2 finals already, so they know what comes with finals. They know what to do with that pressure.
Yeah, and they are an experienced outfit. Maybe not their best day out here today, but you got to give credit to these Mpumalanga boys. So it's not a question whether or if the Mpumalanga Rhinos will win. Yes, they will, and I'm sure that they'll win with a bonus point. It's just a question of when.
Let's stay into another successful over. Just the one wide in that over, plus the wicket. That brilliant caught in ball by Aubrey Swanepoel.
Parker to continue.
Yeah, the Eastern Cape Nyat is taking on the Northern Cape Heat. It's at the bottom of the log, so they might fancy their chances to get a bonus point win out of that fixture tomorrow.
Just a bit of with an offer. Allow them to go through for a single. Parker's bowled with good control out here. Questioned the lines and lengths of some of the Knights left arm spinners, but he's actually been quite consistent.
Yeah, and the impressive thing about Parker is that he's not leaving the stumps that often. We see with Mpumalanga giving a lot of width at times, leaving the stumps a lot. A lot of runs came through that offside into that sweeper area.
I see your rugby team looks to be back to winning ways, Justin.
It's a good Saturday then.
Just got the message that the Stormers are leading the Bulls up at Loftus, 32-14 with about 9 minutes to go.
Yeah, with our recent form, I've been worried.
We're going to see a bowling change. No, excuse me, Aubrey Swanepoel still continuing from the Loch Logan end. Apologies. Excellent first over. Took an absolute blind over catch to get rid of.
Yeah, and he knows a lot of these players. He played with them. So he might bowl it nice and slow through the air. He knows Joe van Dijk.
Was it Dane Pitt that he got rid of in that fashion? Yes. What a time to want to come in and bowl. Absolutely no pressure. You can come in, just relax, good rhythm. All over these Knights batters at the moment are the Rhinos bowlers.
Yeah, and I have to commend them on their fielding as well. They've supported the bowlers brilliantly. It's been a couple of half chances, but they committed.
Looking to go big, Johan van Dijk, just short of that mid-wicket fielder.
Yeah, with all the teams that we mentioned, they might be travelling to Mpumalanga to play the playoffs. They're well on their way to a bonus point victory here in Bloemfontein. Needing 3 more wickets.
Yeah, like we said, if the Nyati don't pick up a bonus point win tomorrow, I'm sure that playoff match will take place in Mpumalanga. Still remains to be seen who's going to join Mpumalanga in that playoff. Could be the Eastern Storm, Inyati, Limpopo. Are they still in the running? Forgot about them. If they win tomorrow, they could still be in with a shot. Apologies to the men from Limpopo.
Yeah, it will be interesting if the Eastern Storm win with a bonus point. They're on 18. And it's a big game down between the Garden Route Badgers and the Limpopo Impalas. So both of them are on 14. A bonus point victory there for them will take them to 19.
Yeah, it's quite interesting times.
So they will be hoping that the Northern Cape Heat can do them a favour by winning their game.
It's still only they've been in such a dominant position here, the Rhinos. I haven't seen more than 2 fielders out the whole match. Stand to be corrected as I look past the monitor and I see a long of out, so they do have 3 fielders out.
Yeah, I've been very, very impressed with Mpaka. The consistency, the lines, the consistent line he's been bowling. And there's not a lot of field changes going around, as we see with the Knights earlier today.
Yeah, you've got to question the Knights' plans and execution with the ball towards the end of the innings. And that allowed and gave the Mpumalanga team a lot of momentum going into their bowling. Good over again from Tetelo Mpaka. 6 overs bowled so far by him, 2 for 13. Just going through the motions at the moment, the Knights. At run rate required up to 8.6. No attempt at the moment from either of these batters to look to go for the runs. Not that they will get there, but just feels like we just blocking it out at the moment. Upish, just past to the right of that backward point fielder, just for one.
Yeah, that's the leg break there from Aubrey Swanepoel.
Yeah, he does vary it up, bowling off spin, leg spin. Recall at the start of his career as a young schoolboy cricketer, he was an off spinner with an action that's one would at best call messy. But he's played SA under 19s and they changed that action, or changed him into a leg spinner just to get that arm straight. And since then he's been bowling both off and leg spin.
That leg break again. Yeah, the only assistance the Knights can give the other teams is they block out until past the 36 over, and it's just a normal win for the Rhinos.
Yeah, Aubrey Swanepoel, interestingly enough, part of that golden era in Northern Cape cricket, at schoolboy level especially, where players like Aubrey Swanepoel, Risa Hendricks, Gian Kluter, his brother Patrick Kruger, Roy Adams, there's a lot of Reese Williams, I recall.
Yeah.
Oh,
Diego
Rozier, some excellent young cricketers that have come through the Northern Cape ranks and from that Kimberley area. Could have even missed out on one or two others, but that for me was the golden years. Noord-Kaap High School producing a lot of cricketers at the time. A number of them could have even attended Newton Primary School in Kimberley. And as we know, some of those players went on to represent the Proteas at senior level. A number of them have played at SA under 19 level.
A good shot there from Langa off the back foot down to long off, just for one.
Another one of those would be Aiden Brooker, also played in the SA under 19 team. All know that the Brookers, Finley Brooker, Jason Brooker, good cricket and hockey players.
I think the last SA under 19 player might have been Andrew Lowe, also from Noordkaap High School.
Swanepoel to continue. Excellent bowling figure so far for him. And rate required now 9.3 and increasing. Should only be one. No attempt to even look to come back for any second runs. Play and a miss by Johan van Dijk. Down to long on just for one.
Yeah, just once again that leg break, leg spinner. Yeah, just from a captaincy point of view, I think with Duke still having 2 more overs left, you might want to bring him on. Maybe he can get another breakthrough here for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. Expensive drive there from Langa. Just one to the sweeper on the offside.
.28 gone. 92 for 7.
Mapaka to continue from the Rhinos end.
We just shared the news earlier. Normie, you, good friend of yours, Ayanda, one of our umpires, has passed away sadly this morning.
Yeah, it's a sad news, Rafiq.
Over the top. Good stop on the boundary here from Mayet. Making sure that he doesn't cross the ropes.
Well fielded, captain. Well, yeah, Rafiq, sad news indeed. We served as he was a chairperson, I was his vice chairperson at Rocklands Cricket Club. Bold young man. Petelo Mapaka. Very exceptional bowling.
Former left arm spinner yourself, Normie, you've been impressed with him today?
Very much so, Rafiq. Very much so.
I suppose it's a lot easier when you come into bowl and a lot of pressure taken off you. Almost the game's won already for your team, so it does allow you to sort of express yourself a bit more. And again, another left arm spinner bowling a no ball. We saw that with Mondi Makunku. The umpire signals their free hit.
You don't want to do that with the free hits nowadays.
Yeah, it's naughty.
Where you bowl no balls when you're a spinner.
Driven down the ground for 4 by Langa.
And that happens. Especially when you have the team under pressure. You don't want to let it go.
Yeah, Langa. Freedom of just looking to hit that as hard as you possibly can. That sees a change in the field. You see that mid-on fielder going out to long on. Seen some perches and some turn off this wicket. Not much, but there's spin out there, and he's bowled exceptionally well today to Telo Mapaka. Another Central Gauteng Lions product, playing his straight up in Mpumalanga, the brother of Kwena Mapaka.
Yeah, it's very interesting. In most cases, you would see brothers bowling more or less the same. Would have decided to be a fast bowler, but him being a spin bowler, the brother being a fast bowler. But bowling exceptionally well, like we said. He's bowling very, very impressive. Love the way he bowls his balls, line and length, the pace. Makes it difficult to get him away.
Talking about brothers, you recall you've played with him, the Mukunanyana brothers. Ernest, the top order batter. Edward, seam bowler, could bat a bit. But the brother, Johannes Mukunanyana, he was a proper left arm spinner as well.
Yes. We had a good time together.
Also played a few games for the Free State Eagles team at the time.
Those were very interesting times, eh? 100 up from Mpumalanga Rhinos.
Yeah, and that 100 coming off
For the
Knights coming off 181 balls. Just the 9 boundaries.
Pardon me. 100 for the Knights. For 7.
Yeah, some good cricketers in the day coming through from the Rocklands area as well. Recall Gift. What was Gift's surname again?
Betty.
Gift Berry, wicket keeper batter. Played a number of games for Northern Transvaal, the Titans in the day also.
The likes of David Mokopanela, who's now working for this Cricket South Africa.
Yeah, Davey. Also played some first class cricket for the Free State team as a top order batter. Not many people know that.
No.
Played away to that long on fielder just for 1. Almost just like we're going through the motions at the moment. We know what the result will be here. It's just a matter of time, as we said. That rate required now up to almost 10.
Yes, as we would say, this is the batting practice for the low order batsmen for the next match. As that over comes to an end. 30th over, 105 for 7. The Flexbrands Knights. And the Mpumalanga Rhinos would be the happier team of the two. The Tetelo Mapaka continuing from the Willow's End. with his 9th over. As Rafik talking of Rocklands Cricket Club cricket, it was very interesting to see how many players came out of Rocklands Cricket Club.
Yeah.
And most people doesn't know that most of these guys play professional cricket. Don't want to include myself.
Yeah, and the game certainly. Oh, and he misses out on that. How did that miss? Langa looking to play a big shot. I'm surprised that missed the leg stump.
I'm not surprised the umpire signaling the buys there.
So he must have gotten some bat onto that.
How that ball miss everything?
Yeah, interesting. Unfortunately, we're not going to have a look at that again. That could have been the 8th wicket down for the Knights. As it is, Johan van Dijk is on strike. Yeah, Parker again just attacking the wickets, bowling wicket to wicket, stump to stump.
Bowling very good, Tetelo Mapaka. Bowling very, very good. Impressive bowling by him. Slow left armour around the wicket.
Oh, close call. Bowled him! I thought there was a slight LBW shot, but he's bowled him. He's cleaned him up. And that's the end of Sitimbile Langa. He departs with his score on 15. And the total 109 for 8. Just a quicker one it seemed from Mpaka. Just felt like Langa went back to a ball that he most probably should have come forward to.
Well, that's what you want to bowl.
The Rhinos have got their tail up here. They've played some excellent cricket here today.
They've been great, the Rhinos, from the batting.
If we have a look at that one again. Little quicker, almost the arm. It's the arm ball and it's cleaned him up. Langa looking to play the left arm spin off the back foot. And Mpaka, too smart, gets the 8th wicket. And we see Bongi Mshlanga making his way to the middle.
And picking up his third. Tetelo.
Just a slight press. And then looking to go back for that. Unfortunately for him, that's the end of his innings. And another nail in the coffin for the Knights.
Which brings Mbongiseni Mhlanga onto the wicket. Would be very interesting to see if Tetelo is going to stay around the wicket for the left-hander. Oh, he's going to come over.
Now to the left-hander.
The best option would be
he's gonna look to come around the wicket to the left-hander
and change the angle.
He's got a slip in place, attacking field. Oh, good start to the left-handed batter. Driven. Excellent shot by Mshlanga. It's going to pierce that offside field through extra cover for 4.
That's a beautiful shot by Mhlanga. On top of that ball straight away. Couldn't miss on that.
Yeah, he shows how capable he is with the bat. Can hold the bat, can bat. Mbongi Mhlanga, we saw him in that last wicket partnership here, helping the Knights to win the game with batting with Ruben Maria, getting them over the line. That close encounter. And he's looking back, vital for, in fact they got a bonus point in that game, vital for 5 points that they got, and that sees them top of the table and into the final. Umpire signaling buys.
And that's the over of Tetelo Mapaka. 31 overs scored, 114 for 8. The Knights. Tetelo Mapaka, 9 overs, 27 runs, 3 wickets. Bowled very well to get the wicket of Langa in his last over now. That brings Aubrey Swanepoel onto his 6th over.
Yeah, Swanepoel to continue. Picked up the wicket of Dane Pitt, just conceding at 13 runs in his 5 overs.
They've been brilliant all around the Mpumalanga Rhinos.
Or maybe mis-stumping. He saw Mshlanga advancing, and it does seem like the ball hit Zach Katrada on the knee. Could have been a stumping chance there. Full toss down to long off for a single.
Swanepoel looks like he picked up an injury.
Yeah, it looks like either his calf.
Looks like he strapped that calf, Rafiq.
So he'll leave the field. He's done his job with bat and ball. Might just done himself, picked up an injury maybe that's just exaggerated or got worse throughout the game. So Swanepoel, 4 balls left in his over. That 4 balls will be bowled by Mohamed Mayet.
All-rounder.
So Aubrey Swanepoel has left the field, and Mohamed Mayet, he'll finish off, or he'll bowl the last 4 balls remaining in this over.
Good start for Mayet.
That must be a hell of a good wicket down at Boland Park. Warriors finishing up on 400 for 5, and the Gold Rush Boland 181 for 1 after 25.
We're gonna go for 3. Good call by Mhlanga.
Can tell you that Eastern Storm 204 for 3, well on their way to getting a bonus point against the CSA emerging team. So they've thrown their name in the hat for a possible place in the playoff.
That's the end of the 32nd over. 118 for 8. Flexbrands Knights. And Mayet finishing that over. After Aubrey Swanepoel got injured of the second ball of the over.
Parker, he'll bowl his last over from the Willows End. He's bowled 9 so far, 3 for 27.
You would love to finish high. Dropping mid on tip. Mid off. Sweeper. And a deep square.
Just one too long off.
After I start, Tetelo would change to ball over to Mhlanga. Left-hander to left-hander.
Up in the air, over that mid-wicket fielder. Just a little chip over mid-wicket for a single.
That's a dot ball.
Quick single again. Just the 3 runs conceded so far in this over.
That's a white ball in the next side.
Looking for the single, bit of misunderstanding, gone! Johan van Dijk not impressed. Again, ball played out to that point fielder and no communication whatsoever. And that's the 9th wicket down for the Knights. Johan van Dijk run out with his score on 12.
I don't think that one was on Rafiq. They just took off. After playing that ball, Mhlanga just went and Johan van Dijk just covered. Unfortunately for him, he was run out.
I must say it's been a bit of the Achilles heel this season also, especially in this format. The running between the wickets. saw against the CSA merging team also about 3 runouts in that match as well. And again, as you look, if you look at that, there was just no communication whatsoever, and a late response from Joe van Dijk, and he was way out of his ground. Last man in,
That
another Rocklands product, Mondi Makunku, coming to the wicket.
Yes, as I said earlier, in my last years of playing, Monde came through and we tried to guide him of what he is today. Give advice, yeah, give advice there. And there he is himself. Another left arm spinner from Rocklands, Monde Makungu. Rocklands producing 3 spinners for the Knights. Very interesting, eh, Rafik? Myself, Johannes Mukwenanyana, and now Monde Makungu.
Oh, well kept out there by Makunku. Is it? Yeah, it's Mpumalanga batting, yeah.
Well, Tetelo Mapaga has finished 10 overs, 3 for 31 in 10. Brilliant bowling.
Again, a quick single, late call.
The discussion there will be, let's stay as long as we can. That's a white ball. The leg side, Mayat. That's the over. End of the 34th over. 124 for 9 the Knights. And they will take drinks.
Yeah, drinks. 124 for 9 after 34.
That required run rate went up to 11.1 for the Knights.
We'll be back after this drinks break.
will come back. To Mangaung Oval. Just after the second drinks of the night.
Gareth Dukes to continue in his second spell from the Willows end. Or is it Rolls? Apologies. Herman Rolls from the Willows end.
Swing and a miss by Mhlanga. Well, I think the Mpumalanga Rhinos would want to finish as quickly as they can after the drinks. It's a wide ball. It would be very interesting to see if Gareth Dukes is coming from the other end. To finish his spell if Herman Rulofs doesn't finish the side. You got two tailenders in. Let's have a look at that one again. Herman Rulofs playing a mess and swinging back after passing Mhlanga.
That's the end of the game. Mpumalanga Rhinos win with 177 runs. Bonus point victory for them. Well deserved and well played by the Mpumalanga Rhinos, who came to Bloemfontein, scored 302 runs, and they bowled the Knights out, the Flexbrand Knight, for 125 all out. Very comprehensive victory here for the Mpumalanga Rhinos.
Well, they outplayed the Knights every part of this match. They batted well, they bowled well, they came with a mission to Bloemfontein. They came with a mission to the Mangaung Oval to say that we want that bonus point. And they got the bonus point, which might guarantee them the home playoff.
Yeah, we're just waiting to see what happens between the Northern Cape Heat and Eastern Cape Nyatis, as well as the Garden Route Badgers versus the Limpopo Impalas.
A very good victory for Mpumalanga Rhinos. Well played today. All departments, they've done it so well in the Mangaung Oval. A well-deserved victory for Mpumalanga Rhinos.
So that's congratulations on order. The Mpumalanga Rhinos winning this fixture with 177 runs. The Knights still sitting on top of the log, following by the Mpumalanga Rhinos at second. There's still two more fixtures tomorrow between the Northern Cape Heat and the Eastern Cape Nyati. The other fixture is the Garden Route Badgers versus the Limpopo Impala. So from us here at the Mangaung Oval, thank you and goodbye.